Last time on Steel Tranquility, Episode 5, Through the Looking Glass. After defeating the fire and ice imps, we were starting to feel a little worn down. Fortunately, Lesterin had propped open the door out of the dungeon so that we could go upstairs and rest. While Lesterin made camp with his super survival skills, Jyotis found a cool biting plant called Mr. Snappy. It wasn't magic, but he showed us his magic leg. In the middle of the night, we were attacked by panthers. I got really badly hurt, but Shriek saved me. When we finally got some rest, we went back into the ruins and saw an ugly black glass mirror. A shadowy puppy attacked us, and I fell down again. Between all the animals and this guy, I don't think animals like me anymore. But like a real hero, Gary stepped on the bad doggy and dragged me from the mirror. After a battle, an evil lady appeared in the mirror. Her name was Alyssa, and she hated the Farsahar that had made this place. She was hissing, "The Farsahar are dead, blah, blah, blah." Gary and I did not like the sound of that, so we smashed the mirror. Behind it, the Farsahar had left clues to completing their chest. I don't usually like homework, but this one had constructs and magic wands, and we had to figure out a puzzle of which wand to use on which construct. So it was really fun. When we finally defeated them, one of the constructs gave Gary a huge sword. He had passed the test, and we could leave the trials at last. In town, we returned the cart and not Chuggers, the Axebeak, to Agatha. I think we earned a night indoors of not being eaten, so we went to rest at the Dingy Bird. This recap is brought to you by the number 2. I fell down 2 times. 2 times last time I fell down.
Oh,
That would piss me off.
sorry about that.
Okay,
hear me
you
now?
good?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, you're nice and clear. Hey, honey, go ahead and roll your dice really quick. Let's make sure. Oh my god. Move that tray away from the microphone right the damn now.
I mean,
That's hilarious.
it's good sound effects. I mean, she
I love
could
Right.
be.
She
could be
Right,
Roll that.
when I need to kill you all with a boulder, I will have her move it there.
The boulder is no longer conflicted.
The boulder has a question.
The boulder is confused.
Bob, you're not allowed to say that if you just throw a giant rock with a question mark at us.
Not closing that. I don't want to close that window.
Well,
Stop
too
that.
bad.
Do it now.
So we got
Do it
the
now.
best box
Get to the
possibly
chopper.
received in the mail yesterday.
What box did you get in the mail yesterday?
We got a box of 50 and 95 masks.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
Proud of that.
I'm going to ask.
Nice.
Oh, do the babies.
Okay.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi.
She
I have
can't
my
hear
headphones
us.
on.
Yep.
So,
Hi, Alyssa.
Hi.
Hi, girl.
Oh my god, that meme's awesome, Mikey.
Kevin.
Yeah.
That's
They also
yeah.
listen to authority.
They do have respirators.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
They have full-fledged walking iron lungs.
They are making me wear my N95 at my desk now, and it is so uncomfortable. I'm not into it.
I wear glasses.
Is
I
that
can't
Yeah.
stand wearing a freaking mask.
Yeah.
I
Same.
mean, that's less boulder-like. I still very clearly hear it, but that's fine. I'll just know whenever you roll a dice.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah.
That's why I don't cheat or anything. I'm like,
How about mine?
No,
Can you
I-
hear it? Ready?
I barely hear it, but it's there.
Yeah,
Cool.
I like hearing my
Yeah,
dice.
it's not a distraction. As long as you're not sitting there rolling over and
Yeah.
over again.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Not like I'm sitting there clicking a pen right in front of the microphone.
Clack,
Oh,
clack,
God.
clack, clack, clack.
I don't even think
Clack,
I... Wait,
clack.
do I have a clicky pen?
I do. It's right here.
Oh my gosh.
You can only hear mine when I like talk.
Y'all, this just quickly turned into an ASMR video.
Yep.
Yes.
More like an ASM Dread video.
Oh, I love that. That's a great sound.
No, no heavy breathing.
Like, well, it was that video in ROTC from Herlong.
Oh, that's
The whole
right.
video.
Yeah. Yeah, where it just picked up like wind noise. Yeah.
It was the camera operator. She just had this like super heavy breathing because it was hot. It
She
was
had
horrible.
breathing that a stalker would be like, teach me.
Yeah.
It's important to only breathe through your lungs and mouth.
All right. All right, everyone. We ready?
Woo!
Ready.
Woo!
Well, I've opened up everyone's character sheets.
What a coincidence.
I know. What a coinky dink.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, let's give everyone a second to get their character sheets open. I'm so proud of you. 5 out of the 6 of you leveled up your characters.
Woo!
Yay. Did I do it right? I hope
Not
I
me.
did it right.
Oh, way to claim it, Alyssa. I was covering for you. Not that everyone can't see it.
It was me.
I think she wasn't here that week, though, was she? When we officially
No,
got
but I told her
Nobody
about it. I was
told me
like, oh.
separately, and I didn't do it.
Yeah, but I
Failure.
can see how that'd be missed.
It only takes 2 seconds, so
Yeah. Thankfully, D&D Beyond is a kind god.
Most of the time. Except when you're trying to figure out what's in your bag of holding.
Oh, and Alyssa, you get max HP at level, so you may have to change that.
Okay.
You will have to change it, because it
Yeah.
gave me max HP on level 1, but as soon as I went to level 2 or any other level, it was like, nope.
Yeah. Yeah, after level 1, it like tries to override it to the medium HP.
Mm-hmm.
Which admittedly is like nice for Adventure League games because oh my god, some bad things can happen.
I had 5 HP for our Adventure League game.
It would be nice if they just put like a little button in it, though, so you could be like, do you want max, do you want medium, or do you want, whatever.
Yeah. Again, but like that's a relatively minor complaint compared to
Oh, yeah.
how awesome it is.
Oh, yeah. No complaints, really. Just a, hey, guys.
Yeah.
oh, okay. Yeah, you have to put it in override HP.
Yeah. So y'all can override your HPs if you haven't already, so that I can. I think you did because you have 26. That
10,
sounds
yeah,
like max.
Yeah,
I have-
13 square. 13
I have-
times 2.
Yeah.
30.
Yep, that sounds like max.
13 plus 2. Why do you have plus 2, Garrett?
Times 2.
Oh, 13 times 2. Gotcha.
Lolly's good,
10 plus 3 times 2. Well,
but you can only count to 4.
Just
I can
roll
only
10
count to
hit dice,
4.
1d8
So
each,
16?
and recovered a grand total of 10 HP. That sucks.
I found that earlier today. I was like, oh, that hurts so bad.
Well, the nice thing about the HP management is it actually tells you, by the way, here's your max possible HP.
Yeah, they do tell you that's possible, so that's all you have to do is plug
Yeah.
that in. Everybody's
Yep.
happy.
All right. There's like 3 windows that I don't have open that I'm supposed to. I just don't remember which ones they are.
So, really briefly, since we're talking about this HP thing, Bob, you'll be the only one that cares about this, but Alon is now officially on D&D Beyond, and turns out the PDF sheet did not add all of his racial traits.
Remember when I tried to get us to switch over to that a long time ago?
I do. I was like, oh, cool. So now I'm even more sniper.
I'm sure that makes one person very happy.
He was okay with it. He was okay. he's like, well, I'm glad we switched to D&D Beyond.
I love D&D Beyond.
Hey, should I share Joe in the chat?
Oh God.
Oh no.
No, don't distract everyone.
It's cursed.
Do that after game.
Yeah. Did we get
Alright.
rest? Or were we just getting back to the Dingy Bird?
You were just getting back to the Dingy Bird.
Okay.
But as level 2, you have the hit points.
Were we going through the market to get to the Dingy Bird, or were we going to go to the market afterwards?
You went through the market on the way there. We kind of skipped over it. That way you guys could have some role play time to actually talk to each other. And
Yeah, we ordered food.
yeah, because
That's right.
I mean, buying a pot is, like, that's not...
Pot is difficult. You gotta contact your dealer.
Well, I just want to make sure that I bought a pot on the way home, or a couple of pots. That's all.
Well, you can get personalized, pot shoppers now.
Now, this is just a clay pot for planting plants, like the little pet snapper I have.
You're ruining it.
Snappy.
That's him.
I mean, he wasn't ruining it while he said...
That is all my brain thought. You said pot, and I'm like, love you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
It was the best one.
Great minds think alike.
Yep, that's right.
Virtual high five, Val.
Yep. Hey, Bert.
All right, have
Alyssa,
you,
you got your
seen
character all fixed up?
No. But go for it.
Have you guys seen the Ready Set Show where Trevor and Jeremy turn into Bert and Ernie?
Oh God. No, I have
It's
not.
fucking hilarious. It is absolutely comical.
Alright, I'm gonna try to settle down the anus tart and then we'll start.
Anus tart.
So little, buddy.
I know that none of you watch Arrested Development, but David Cross plays like the most just accidentally saying the worst things at any time. So he tried to get a vanity license plate that said "A New Start," and the joke is that like one character reads it and is like, "Why does your license plate say anus tart?"
David Cross is funny.
And he's like, "Oh no, that's a new start." And then later on, Jessica Walters, playing like the meanest mother ever, looks at him, and as he's exiting the room, she's like, "Well, there goes the anus tart." And the narrator just chimes in, Maxine had not seen his license plate. Lucille, I'm sorry.
How
That's right.
dare you.
Damn it.
Hey everybody, welcome to Ready Set Show, and this episode is brought to you.
Oh, bye.
All right, for later watching, here you go.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, so I'm streaming, guys, by the way.
3.
Can you give us a countdown?
No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
So, last time, after Lolly's very successful summary, all of you came back to town, decided to eat, get some food, get some proper rest. You were paid 100 gold for the information gathered in the quarry. And meanwhile, the group was somewhat leaning on the fact that they might volunteer if they are given the opportunity to continue working for the Dejani as independent contractors to go after this item, the item named an astral compass. Meanwhile, it is mid-afternoon, approximately 2 p.m. The weather is getting just to that peak hotness where it's a little bit stiff outside. Ironically, inside the bar, though, despite it being wood and whale oil lanterns, the temperature is somewhat moderately controlled. It's nice and calm, and it's still warm and moist, but just not bad. All of your food is before you. The usual spread, that gumbo that Garret likes, was served up with heaping portions. Meanwhile, Molly was given this cornbread with dried candied guava baked into it. And of course, beer, whiskey, and grog have been flowing since.
Whiskey sounds good today.
That said, the day is yours. What would you like to do?
Huzzah.
Are we
time
still
is it?
sitting around eating?
You can be finished if you would like to. Otherwise, if you need us to hear your mouth motions.
No, I need you to be sitting at the table.
I
So
do need to go see somebody from the Wanderlust Guild and report
Well,
in.
don't leave. I have something to tell you really quick. So, when we
Okay.
woke up this morning, I had this sense that there's this storm coming. It's in 4 days, so everybody knew that there's a storm coming. They thought it was just going to be like a mild tropical depression. It's not. It's going to be a hurricane.
Typhoon.
So I don't know how I know this. All I know is that I know this.
Huh.
Noted.
What's a hurricane?
It's a very bad storm.
Cool.
I'm gonna rest my head forward and pinch the bridge of my nose.
It's a storm that can last for days and have high speed winds that rip stuff apart.
Oh no. We have to warn people, don't we?
Maybe.
Yeah, we probably should.
Probably.
I mean, this town's been kind of built to withstand strong gale force winds, correct?
Yeah, but we didn't even have a tent when we went camping.
Yeah, it would have been bad if we'd got stuck in a hurricane up there on the top of the mountain. That not a good place to be in a hurricane.
I don't imagine we would still be on the island.
But what? Huh?
I don't imagine we would still be on the island.
We're gonna just abandon them?
What?
We're
No,
gonna
I was
abandon
saying
them?
if the hurricane had happened when we were up on the hill,
It'd have blown us off.
it would have blown us up.
Well, yeah.
We would not still be there. No. We're not going to abandon, I promise.
Okay. Well,
We just got to tell them to
indoors.
batten down, right?
Yeah. Well, we don't have to stay here in light of that news. So, what do you guys want to do? We still got hours to kill before, dark.
Oh, I want to go to that island where Agatha said that she heard about gift living, like a while ago.
Agatha told you where the Gith live?
She said that there were weird Cal's Githari, and that they lived on this island that was close by, island of Somerbella or something.
It's not too far away.
I think it's about
Somerbella?
a day away on a boat. Maybe a day and a half if we go slow and careful.
We can go tomorrow morning on Gary's boat.
You said
Wait.
4 days is when the typhoon will hit, roughly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should probably check the boat and make sure it's in good shape and acquire supplies tomorrow. And then we can probably sail out the next morning.
Okay.
Wait, boat? You have a
I
boat?
don't. Yeah, I won it in a raffle and I have no
Oh,
idea.
that's right. You did win a boat.
Did you pick a name?
He's super lucky.
Out of character? No. I'm still thinking Lucky 87 because it just fits, it's a bit meta and it's funny, but I haven't actually decided on
I love it.
anything.
Lucky 87 is the temporary name. It's like,
Yeah, because I rolled an 87% and that's how I won it.
I know. That's hilarious.
Oh, I love it.
Lucky 87.
So that's just the standing name at this point. It's probably what we're going to put on it because I dig it.
We'll see. Well,
But I do not know of its condition at this point. So
well, I
that
know
may
how
be-
to repair boats. I'd be happy to look it over for you.
all the more reason we should not leave immediately. So yes, we should probably go down and see. I need to check in with Wanderlust anyway. Was Wanderlust who I won the boat from? I didn't.
Yes, that is correct.
I just said report to Wanderlust. That's the only note I have.
The fact that you took notes makes me happy.
I always take notes. Just kind
Hey, no, I'm just being encouraging, not sarcastic. I know they sound very similar, and that's why my son is broken.
Oh. Oh. Let's see.
So I need to check in with Wanderlust. If you want to come with me, we can check on the boat.
I'd love to look at your boat. I mean, I have a habit of designing boats, so maybe we could make this into a really cool boat someday.
I'm not opposed to any improvements we can put on it.
I mean, that's how I worked off my debt with the Dejani fast. I helped fix boats and with my marine training, I helped complete missions quickly.
That's useful.
Ooh, good, because I'm not good at fixing boats.
We could teach you.
Yes. Wait, do I have to do homework?
Yes, it usually involves homework.
Oh.
Anything worth learning is not easy.
Yeah, but some things are easy and I learn them anyways.
That is true.
I'm just gonna eat some of that fruit cornbread. Nom, nom, nom.
I'll finish up my lunch and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll finish my meat pie.
Shall we?
What shall we do? Are we going now? Let's go now.
Well, it's only 2:00 in the afternoon. We still have, hours left in the day.
Whoa.
Yeah, the sun doesn't set till like 9, right?
It's summertime, correct?
Yeah, it's summertime.
Yeah.
Living's easy.
Is this equatorial region or is it?
Equatorial region, so it should set
Oh,
between about 8.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should set
dude,
like
it's
7.
Gonna set, yeah,
Oh.
like 5 or 6 p.m. The sun is going to disappear.
Sorry,
If it-
we'll go with that. This world is a little messed up.
Okay.
Something about the moon just going bye-bye.
And yet the tides come in and the tides go out, and you can't explain that?
Well,
It's the giant turtle. It goes whoosh and the tide goes
maybe
in.
there's a
out,
black
and
hole
goes
where
in,
the
and
moon
then it
was,
goes
and we just
whoosh,
can't
and it
damn
goes
see
out.
it, okay?
Oh, maybe it's just covered with like a curtain or something?
Sure.
That makes the most sense. Let's go check in.
So we all going to see the boat?
Yes. Or at least I am. Gary, can we go get the boat now, please?
Well, let's go see what they have for us.
Okay. I completely abandoned the pile of crumbs and corn everywhere.
Uh-huh. Fairness just
Thank
watches.
you, Mr. Barman. It was delicious.
I'm gonna leave him.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to slip him a tip.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Lestrin, Mr. Yodis.
I feel like my parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The French fry incident.
And
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
clearly
cover my-
see him just like starting to prestidigitate this area where Lolly was sitting. Like, it takes a few times.
There's a French fry in here. We don't even serve these.
So, with that, the party pours out into the bright light of day. It is, again, hot. The smell of birds is in the air, salt water. There are some fisheries that are starting to open up because the fishermen are returning or have just set up after returning from their pre-dawn trips out on the boats. The smells are this equal combination of like, oh wow, that's nice, and oh no, that's not. It's a blend. That said,
I prestidigitation the air around my nose that smells like vanilla.
okay, Garret, you would know this. that you would probably want to check in with the harbor master to find where your boat is docked, because the docks are a relatively extensive portion. Like, this bay is quite large. This bay takes up the better part of, I believe, a mile. Give me 1 second to zoom in. It actually takes up the better part of a couple of miles. That's
a big bay.
It is a big bay. And that's one of the reasons that this port city has done so well, is that it's got a large natural shelter, so many boats can actually dock inside it and still be protected from the storms. So the dock section goes on for at least the equivalent of like 3 football fields worth of different areas, and there's certainly a difference between the major shipping lines. Like the Dejani area is very clearly marked, and then otherwise the private fisheries as well as the smaller boats take up about the last third of the dock.
The Dejani have their own wharf.
Yeah.
But that's the best bet, then I'll go and see if I can find the harbor master or somebody.
Yeah, so when you reach the harbor master's office, there is a relatively young lady behind the counter who's wearing these glass spectacles that have silver frames and are half-moon shape. She's got this brown hair that looks like in the morning she tried to do something with it, but by the afternoon the moisture's just gotten to it and it's gotten in that wavy curl that just infinitely expands. Very clearly human. Tan skin, so you know that she's probably lived here at least a very long time. And she's wearing simple clothing, just it looks very practical, like she could go work on a ship or do some office work and be comfortable no matter what. That said, the Harbor's Master's office is a very clean kept space. You'll notice that there are many notes on the walls, sales of writ for boats. There's many maps jutting out ocean freighter lines. There's posted time schedules for when boats are arriving and when boats are going. And then there's a list of what's docked and who owes, and as well as a bounty board.
Oh.
And so when you first enter, she's busy writing with a quill pen that looks like it's a seagull quill. And eventually she looks up after finishing her writing and putting the quill back in the ink and just, yes, can I help you?
Hello. I do not know if you are the person I need to see about this, but I won a boat from the Wanderlust in a raffle, and I need to know where it is and what I need to do to take care of it.
The catamaran. Yes. Dock 42.
Dock 42.
Dock 42 on the small docks. And she points up the map and indicates the positioning. It does not have provisions, but it is fully functional. Slightly used, but still looks very decent. I am assuming you would like to go look at it.
You are correct.
Very good. Please do note that I believe you have the better part, and she flips through her pages. You have 7 days paid by the guild before you will be billed. And if you do wish to stay longer, please let us know in advance. That way we do not offer the dock space to someone else. As there is a storm coming, dock space is going to be worth fighting for.
It's going to be a big one, too.
Really?
Yeah, my buddy Les here totally says it's going to be a huge storm.
And she pulls up an almanac really quick, and you can see the storm chaser symbol of that hurricane symbol on it, and she quickly flips through it, pulls down a page, and just, this is supposed to be tropical depression. Interesting.
Well, I can assure you that it will be bigger than a tropical depression. The storm chasers are my next stop.
Yeah, Lester, roll a persuasion check.
Yeah, this dwarf who has spent
whether she believes me or not is beyond. But anyway.
No, Lolly, do not help.
Don't.
Or she will roll at disadvantage.
He knows what he's talking about.
17, Bob.
Okay. She looks at you and she nods and just, occasionally the storms do get a little worse. The magic is unpredictable. That's it. I appreciate the forewarning. And she very quickly rings this bell. And you hear this, "What is it?" Sir, the storm may be worse. We should start preparing. All right, then. I'm going back to bed. The harbor master prefers the night shift. And with that, she goes back to finish putting the almanac away. And just, is there anything else that you need help with?
No, that will be all. Thank you.
Very good.
At least I think so. Does anyone else need something here?
How many days were you paid through?
7.
7?
7.
Oh, okay.
And what is this, day 4, 3?
Day 3.
Day 3.
Do you remember, though,
a few more days?
in this world, a week is 10 days?
Right.
So, they paid for a week at the docks, which was 10 days.
Oh, okay.
I can count to 10.
Alright.
I can only count to 4.
I wonder how long the storm will last. I don't know. Jesus.
Alright, let's go and find Dock 42.
Oh, I can't count
All right.
to 42.
It's just 10, 4 times, and then 2 more.
Okay. What?
So, with that, your little group goes wandering out on the docks. Occasionally, people try to offer you fish with just the tuna, call tuna.
Yeah,
One
you
person
did.
is offering barracuda.
Good job.
Some tarp were offered up that look relatively impressive. Also, some snapper. But for the most part, this trip goes relatively quickly. And you do reach, at long last, the third dock, and dock 42, and you come upon the catamaran. It is... Well, roll a perception check, whoever wants to.
I will roll a perception check. Do I need to roll investigation too, since I'm gonna be checking it out?
And that will be when you're on board the ship to check out the important parts. You can roll investigation, but right now it's
Why
a
am I rolling
perception.
it there?
Oh,
Is that even possible?
19.
I
for
rolled a
me.
1.
I rolled a 21 total.
Okay, Lestrin, you just look at it and you're like, well, it's not a steel boat, so it's going to sink sooner.
Dwarven logic.
Right. It's not a critical fail. It's just that, yeah, good job. You won a dinghy.
I was sure I was going to fall in the freaking ocean.
No. I'm not going to crit fail you on a perception check about, hey, look at that boat. That would be mean. The rest of you can tell that this is a 65 by 32 foot vehicle, and it is made by 2 wooden pontoons that are treated but not colored. The wood appears to be a very common wood out here called koa, that is a very sturdy, thick wood that also tends to be very gnarly, so the fact that it was bent into this shape and form means that it probably actually was originally built by halflings. They are quite apt at building boats like this.
They are boats.
So, that said, Jyotis, given your background and your role, you would know that this thing has a cargo capacity of about 1.5 tons.
Nice.
Its travel pace is probably about 3 miles an hour as you look up and down the sail, and you get that, okay, yeah, you could probably do about 72 miles a day with this. A very easy boat to dock almost anywhere or beach anywhere, which, given your background, this just makes it all the nicer.
I'm probably rubbing my chin, smiling and grinning a little bit, hey, this is not a bad starter.
Yeah, no, legitimately, it does look healthy, at least from this point to you. It looks like it's immune to poison and psychic damage, so there you go.
Sweet.
Is it a dragon?
It is not a dragon.
Okay, cool.
So,
Plot twist.
It is undead, so you get resistance to that. No.
that said, there are multiple decks on this, and by decks, we mean that the main outer part is a deck, and it has netting up in front that people can either lay on or you can attach additional cargo to. That's called the front rigging. The main cabin is built into the middle, and it appears, again, from this distance with that check, you just know that if there's a cabin there, that's mostly going to be for food storage and for like common meeting ground. It also could be temporarily used for sleeping a few extras if it needs to. Beyond that, there are seating benches in the outdoor parts of the boat, so it's clearly made to have more people. This can be probably crewed by 3 people. Very easily, you could do it with one person alone, but that would be difficult. So
you'd have to know your shit to do that, right?
How it would work mechanically is that if one person is doing everything on this boat, they're rolling a skill check every time they go to do something.
Right.
If 3 people are, then they don't have to.
Gotcha.
The boat takes its actions automatically as directed by the navigator. If there's 2 people, whoever's trying to do the action needs to roll a check once in a while. But in the meantime, one person would be like, I'm here, now I'm here, now I'm here. It would be a bit much. But with 3 people, reasonable control.
Understandable.
That said, there is also, you can tell this, that the pontoons are actually hollowed so that there is a little bit of room in them. Clearly, there is sleeping crew and storage containers in both, and probably an outhouse also, just because that's important to have.
I mean, we're on the Great Wide Ocean.
You're on the
Fish
Great
poop
Wide
in the
Ocean.
sea.
You're on the Great Wide Ocean. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone has a swim speed, Jyotis.
I know.
Not everybody likes to dangle off the bow of the boat to take
Right.
Right.
Or the stern.
Where do I get my leaves? So
You just kind of dip it into the water.
Yep. Hang real low.
there was no sweet chariot in that hanging. So, but yeah, that said, this is the catamaran. It is, again, it's simple, wood constructed, well treated, and the sail is currently furled up, but you can tell it's that nice generic beige color of white. Sorry,
Of like canvas.
eggshell, like that. Just that blank canvas of a sail.
Kind of stuff. Cool.
Yeah,
Hey.
Natural color.
Natural. Yeah. That means
natural white.
We got some artists in our group. We could probably fix that.
Yeah, ship can draw a ship.
Don't let Lolly.
I mean, we might as well just keep it
Just paint a
white.
rainbow
We
on
can
it.
prestidigitation it to whatever.
That is temporary, though.
It is temporary,
We can make it glow at night if we have to go fishing.
right?
Hey! I will definitely.
Or if we just need to, like, get, we're dead in the water. There's a boat over there. Quick, light up the sail. Not with
Yep.
fire.
Oh. So,
I dig it.
That said, it is currently dry docked via 2 twin-tied cables.
Dry dock?
Thick, sturdy.
it's dry docked?
Not dry docked. Sorry, it is wet docked with
Okay.
2 very thick ropes. And no one's currently attending this part of the dock or anything like that. Jyotis, if you want to go in for a closer inspection, you
I would like
can. And that will be an investigation if you board the ship looking at specific parts. I will want to know what you're looking at specifically.
Well, I'd like to check the steering and make sure that nothing's damaged. Check the hull on the interior, make sure there's no major cracks or leaks, anything like that. So, do I need to do a check for each one?
No.
All right.
No. You're going to roll 1 investigation check with advantage because you know what you're doing on a boat.
Well, I got a nat 20, so...
Okay. So, you know every detail of this boat. That, and sailing with the Dajani, you didn't get to see too many of these up close. But the halfling culture believes in taking something like this and building upon it constantly. So this is one of those boats that you could very easily modify.
Yes!
Without damaging the boat.
Like,
because basically this is a relatively newer boat, but you can tell that the previous owner just didn't like boating very much, is your suspicion, because it's not used nearly enough to have come from Okoa to here on like multiple trips or anything. Like someone who probably had some money, bought this thing and went, oh, this is awful, I hate water,
and then sat here.
Yeah, they came to Alar Samal and just stayed. So,
if you listen real close,
this is good news.
Crying with joy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, you don't understand. Like he's like giddy. He's like, oh boy, I gotta make a hot rod.
With that, you also know that it has an armor class of 16. Which is slightly better than most boats of this size because of its shape. It's a little bit more difficult to hit than a normal boat because you have to aim for the pontoons to really do anything major. Like if you hit the rigging, you might lose some cargo, but that's worst case scenario.
And it's probably quite maneuverable because it's small, right?
It is. And that said, you also know that it has 100 hit points as well.
100 hit.
The control helm area, whoever is using that, enjoys an armor class of 12 because that part is pretty exposed, unfortunately.
Uh-huh. We might fix that.
So, that said, it can move the ship in a 90-degree turn as one part of an action because yeah, catamarans can handle, but in wind, a check will need to be made to make sure that you don't tip the boat or do it too quickly.
Makes
that said, there is the potential, if you were very careful, to modify the front rigging and actually attach an onboard ballista with basically planking and replacing the netting up there. It would take quite a lot of doing.
Someday.
Yeah. That said, the rudder looks good. The sail looks great. It is perfectly intact. All the rope looks excellent. And as you're going through the quarters and everything like that, you can, again, get that notion that like this was barely used because all the cushioning looks relatively new. It's just that simple greenish stuffed cushioning that you can tell it was like the basic, like, here, let's ram this on a boat. That'll do.
Mm-hmm.
But you do notice with that check that under the table in the main crew cabin are the initials NK carved on the underside of the table.
Is that N as in yes?
NK?
N as in noise, K as in no. I chose the worst word for K.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Kilo.
As in knock. What?
Or not. Or, yeah, whatever.
As in knowledge. Wait, what?
Right? Knowledge. No. Oh.
Knowing is half the battle.
Yep.
I love Krieger so much.
So, I mean, yeah, Jyotis is excited, and in fact, he's like pulled out his notebook and he's like jotting notes in. He's like
makes sense.
Making sketches.
The
I
starboard.
want to look at how sleeping arrangements are set up.
Yeah, so the starboard hull has crew hammocks. It has 2 hammocks, basically. You need to sleep in shifts because this is not big. And in the meantime, it does have additional cargo storage. So if you're not hauling cargo, you could put more hammocks in there.
Well, that would make sense. So we'd want to sleep in shifts because we'd want
yeah,
at least somebody at the helm.
Yeah.
Who's steering this thing? I don't know.
I mean,
that said, one of the parts that does have you quite happy, Jyotis, is that there is a nice, easily accessible dive deck at the back of the ship, which is basically it's the part of the ship that can extend into the water to let someone down below without hitting the rudder, because that's not fun.
No,
when you accidentally go below the boat and hit the rudder immediately. So,
well, and it might come in handy if his engine designs works too, because getting sucked into an engine might suck also.
Yeah, exactly. The rudders are it's actually built on a twin rudder, so where the rudders are separated by the sides. They're a little bit smaller, which again, you could probably a single rudder would probably be more drastic for turning, but this being what it is, it's so light anyways that the dual rudder helps keep balance with turns.
Totally makes sense.
And with that, that is your unnamed Lucky 87.
I like Lucky 87 for temporary, but maybe we'll name it. That's up to Garret, though. It's his boat.
Yeah, Lucky 87 is a bit meta, but it's what I'm calling it for now. But I'm sure we can figure out something a little bit more.
I mean, you did have a ticket that said 87.
I mean, Bob, permission to post. Like, I want to talk to Garret. Like, Jyotis is like jotting down all these notes, but he's walking over to Garret and I'm like, dude, we can do this here. We can do that there. We can do this here. Permission to post that picture.
Yes. Yeah, go for it.
I'm glad you're taking notes.
Yeah,
Brittany, you're right.
He flips to a page in his sketchbook, and he's like, "Look, we can build this part here, and we can add an engine here, and I have a design for a not sailing engine," which should probably raise everybody's eyebrows because they're like, "What's that?"
Well, it wouldn't raise Lesterans, but everyone else, yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, we'll see what we can do when we get some money put together.
Mm-hmm.
We can probably use this to do some minor shipping, right?
Oh, we can. This is a great boat for starting. I mean, the nice thing about it is it works as it is. So we can use it to do our stuff and just acquire the means to improve upon it. And it's like we can just continually improve it. Threatening her modem with death.
This
is the way.
Power cycle.
If you don't curse at it, does it really work?
No, of course
you have to get out the hammer.
It's like, this has your name on it.
Like at the risk of quoting Armageddon, that guy had it right. International Space Station, American technology, Russian technology, Chinese bombs.
All made in Taiwan.
American components,
Russian components,
all made in Taiwan.
So
I love that movie so much.
Such a great dumb movie.
That is the best movie ever.
Office
The
Space is
internet
one of
may
the
actually be
greatest
down.
movies.
Wait, we have a light.
We can hear you,
We can hear you.
I know. I'm on cell phone data.
Oh,
Yeah.
On my phone. It's
I
working.
can see that.
We have victory.
Victory.
Sorry.
I lean over to the boat and I tap the hull and I try and make as much of it as I can bright pink.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh.
Double-hulled pink catamaran.
Let me see the light spell.
Maybe 1 foot cubic?
Yeah, that sounds about right. 1 cubic foot. So it's actually a pretty good-sized area that you get on. Like, what part are you doing it on? Are you doing it in the pontoon?
Just on like as close as I can reach without like falling out.
Well, are you on the dock or are you on the boat?
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. So you're sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away, and you reach out and you touch the boat, and sure enough, big old pink light extends out from that part of the pontoon, and you watch it, and you're like, yes, 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 and then it reaches its limit. Oh.
Well, you're gonna have to squint to figure out what it would all look like pink, but I recommend pink.
Uh-huh.
And here's what it would look like purple.
She does the other pontoon in purple.
It looks like cotton candy.
Yeah.
Yes. The best kind of candies. And here's what it would look like with polka dots.
Oh my.
Okay. Oh god.
That's good.
Polka dots.
Polka dots.
Can't we just do a sedate brown?
I mean,
Already brown.
blue polka dots and purple and aqua colors would be nice, Lolly, because, you know, it's ocean going.
Yeah, but then it'll, like, get lost in the ocean colors.
Exactly.
Right? That doesn't seem so.
No, not exactly.
Day glow yellow.
Oh, God.
I mean, there are times when you want to stand out on the sea, and there are times when you don't want to stand out on the sea.
It's a banana boat. We're all doomed.
Highly deadly black tarantula.
We are going to have so much fun painting this.
So,
Right.
I don't think it's going to be super bright as much as you want it to be, Lolly. I know. So that Chuz 2 or 3?
2, I think.
God.
Furiously scribbles notes.
Oh no, we're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
As
My
long,
friend John
as,
in
long
his
as it's
monster
as
manual.
uncoordinated as the movie Shark, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, really. My friend
Know what I
Sean, in
rolled?
his copy of the Monster Manual 3, that's where the Megalodon is. And he actually has a little conversation bubble coming from the book in that photo, or the picture from it, that says, we're going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, I love that. That's one of the best ad lib movie moments of all time.
Yeah.
Yes,
No
definitely.
kidding.
That-
Don't mind
That
me.
movie was so much better than they originally planned because they had problems with the stupid shark.
So, that said, you guys have checked the boat. About 30 minutes have gone by. Jyotis, you've done a pretty thorough inspection. You now feel pretty comfortable with sailing this. You know it doesn't need any repairs before you head out.
Yeah, it's seaworthy already. Sweet.
Seaworthy. And pretty sturdy for, you know, like a boat that someone won. You've sailed in drastically worse conditions.
I believe it. This is a nice boat to win. You want a hot rod, Garret.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I paid
It's
nothing
stock.
for it.
It's stock, but it's got potential.
It's stock, but we can make it into...
What did I pay for the raffle ticket? Like a gold piece or something?
Yeah, it was something stupid.
That's impressive. You got this boat for 1 gold? That's amazing.
Hey,
Yes.
Bob's defense, there was a whole 5% chance we could get it.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, and it just happened to fall to me.
darn.
And the ticket, I still have the raffle ticket, and it does, in fact, as Brittany said, it says number 87 on the raffle ticket.
That's awesome.
Yeah. At very least, you should like frame that and mount that in the cabin.
Almost,
Should.
absolutely.
Mhm.
That's a given.
Who is the previous owner of this boat? Do we know?
No idea.
No,
Hmm.
but you did find the initials NK.
I know. That's what I was wondering. I wonder what NK means.
Normal kind of guy.
Yeah.
Ninja Knight.
Ninja Knight.
Not
Well, a
known.
Ninja Knight would definitely disguise themselves as a normal kind of guy.
Mm.
Very true.
Normal kind of guy.
Not known.
That's
Nick
funny.
Curie?
Nick Cannon?
I don't know. I want to go to the Storm Chasers Guild next.
I need to
Not
see the.
known.
I need to see the Wanderlust about the mission that I did for them.
They're probably closer.
Probably.
You would know that both of them are located in the Pearl District, which is most of where the merchandising and as well as just kind of the general area of town immediately after the Harbor District, because the town tries to put its best foot forward to make as much money as possible off of travelers coming in. So, but yes, both of those buildings are located in the Pearl District.
Okay.
Off we go.
And Jyotis, you needed a pot too.
I needed some
so-
pots for this guy. And he
You guys
I need
picked
to
that
see-
up last time.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
we
That's right.
did-
In addition to the
that's-
beechwood chest that you have, Jyotis.
Yeah, I remember
Did we
dragging that
choose
sucker
to?
up to my room. By the way, I didn't open that yet, did I?
Nope.
It's still up in my room.
It's still up in your room.
fun. That'll be fun after supper.
Yeah.
Did I get a sheath for that sword?
Not yet.
I think we
Okay.
dropped off the leather, though, right?
Weren't we gonna have
Yeah, I
it
think
crafted?
Yeah, I think we dropped off everything that we need.
Yeah. Or actually, I think you were going to talk to Lox about finding someone who could craft
yeah.
that for you. But you did drop off the leather to be treated. So,
That's right, Tanner.
yeah.
Good.
Alright. We go then.
All right.
All right.
I start kangaroo
So-
hopping.
So, all of you together, it takes about 15 minutes to get through the dock district just because it's getting busier. The harbor district is now bustling with all these traders as well as fishermen coming in, because those who hadn't already come in are now coming in. And now you can see it's some of like the deeper sea fishermen that are pulling in like blue marlins and swordfish. And there's even a couple of sharks that are pretty big, between that 8 to 9 feet length, that boats are just sailing in with and docking. As you get into the Pearl District, it is now in the late afternoon. The food stands have started to come out. There's crab cakes, guava juice, papaya juice. There's this crushed pineapple that one of the mages from the Aether Chain Guild keeps freezing and forming into this slush with a little bit of cream added into it and then refreezes it. That said, it is relatively easy to find both buildings because the Storm Chasers Guild has a lightning rod on top of the building.
Of course it
That's
does.
easy.
Yeah. Yeah. And all of these white with blue roof buildings, that one is just like, yep, there it is. And in the meantime, the Wanderlust Guild is posted up over near some of the central fountains in town, and it is relatively close to the harbor district as well because it's easy to go buy a map there. Where would you like to go first?
I'm going to the ice cream stand. Boink, boink.
Not you.
No. I think I'm starving.
I'd like to go to. I'm heading straight over to the Wanderlust.
Okay. Hey, Sam, your computer's doing it again. You may want to switch back to cell phone.
I'm already on my cell phone. I have a
Oh.
phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now you're better. Okay. So, yes, Lolly, you can go buy ice cream, but at the meantime, we're going to follow. Anyone else going with Gary to Wanderlust?
I'd like to go with Gary.
I'll go with Gary. I can go to the Storm Chasers after.
Okay. All right. So, the rest of you roll up, and as the door opens into the Wanderlust Guild, you walk in, and there's just piles of books all about this room. And you can tell that at one point there was organization, but right now there's just maps and cartography charts, as well as what looks like a pen writing on a piece of paper by itself, filling things out in detail in this wide cursive writing. and there's this elderly gentleman, bald with white hair around the edges, very wrinkly skin, narrow eyes, and Garret, you would recognize this as Oliver, the person who had originally given you your quest. He's wearing relatively open and airy clothes because it is hot in here. This is a warm, warm room. And he looks up and just, yes. Hello, welcome. Here to buy maps, or... I recognize you. You're the one who won the boat and took an assignment, right? Yep. Yeah, you dropped.
You did.
Oop, there he goes.
Okay. I'm just gonna say, if I saw them all going off, I would
You're
have
back.
followed. I wouldn't have stopped for...
Yeah, I dropped and came back.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there's Mikey.
Sorry, I have no idea what happened because I'm in the green.
No worries. Everyone's having connection problems tonight, so it's going around.
Everybody's on the internet.
That said, Oliver looked like he took a moment to recognize you, but then was like, "Oh, you're the one who won the boat, and went to agree to go explore those tombs for us, correct?"
Correct. I am back from the first one.
Excellent. So, and he pulls up just blank pages, pulls out another pen, stops the pen in the background from writing, and you see it magically float through the air over and sit next to a paper adjacent to him. All right, so what can you tell me about it?
I gave him hang on. I gave him a full rundown of everything that we experienced, that we went through.
Okay.
Spare no details. Ask people to kind of fill in for me if I miss something, but generally...
Don't forget about which door our door fixed here.
Yeah, all of the notes and everything that I scribbled down.
Okay.
All the references, the translations that I was able to do.
Yeah, we had, like, the rubbings and stuff, right?
Oh yeah, Jyotis picks out a rubbing.
Yeah, only one rubbing was consumed, which was absorbed elements.
Yeah.
And he looks over it and just, oh, those are quite good. Well, either you can keep those or you may sell them to the local Mages Guild. They sometimes buy those. That said, I don't have any use for spells here, but very well done, Mr. Garret. I
must warn you, I believe that tomb is more of a testing ground, and all of the puzzles and everything might have reset. So
understandable. That said,
it's probably not a good idea to send a green kid in there.
No. Now that we know what it is, we can share this information with the Library of Alayamasonge and, officially speaking, start some research into it, because, that's what we do. We're researchers.
Wait.
I did bring a sword out of there.
Did you say he's going to send green kids in there? Have you seen this girl? Her name's Molly.
Let me roll the perception check. Well, shit, that's a
You have to say it with a mouthful of ice cream.
Oh, I didn't I wouldn't have problem if I saw him face moving.
So, with a 19, he looks at your portrait and just, I don't know. Sorry, I have not seen anyone like that. And he, kind of looks at the rest of you with that, eyeball look of, is this a child? Is this a 7-foot-tall child? He's non-verbally communicating.
I'm going to give him the raised eyebrows.
And he in turn raises his eyebrows and gives this very slow nod and just, no, sorry, I don't know anything about that.
But if you see any green kids, don't send them in there. It's really dangerous. Gary's right.
I would not send any children into this. Again, will work. This is part of Masunge history. It's very interesting. I don't know when I've never heard of the Far Sahar, but I haven't lived all my life here. So, that said, should be interesting to find some stuff out. Of course, you're welcome to keep anything you found there. Our agreed upon rate, I believe, was 50 gold. And he reaches under the counter, pulls out the gold, sets it down. I don't have any work currently for anyone with the storm coming, but there is almost always new regions of the world to be mapped, so if you're heading into the unknown, any information that you do bring to our guild is always rewarded. So if you find, for instance, any islands or ruins that have not been mapped out, or if you go explore them and get some details about them, we are always interested in the pursuit of knowledge. You're always welcome.
Understood. Well, if that is all,
Thank you, mister.
we are
Yes.
staying at the Dingy Bird if you need to contact us.
Understood. And he gives you the nod of good day, and you can tell that the reason that he set up that secondary pen was so he could write down all of your notes, and he took immaculately good notes.
Unseen servant. Yay.
So,
Hi, Bailey.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
So,
You heard my cat earlier.
He's in this absolutely thirsty mode tonight. I don't know what sponsored this because we've been home with him all the damn time. But he acts like it. So, that said, Oliver just looks around and just, and if you need to buy any maps, we always sell them here. At any Wanderlust Guild, we'll always give you a premium price on maps. And you don't pay extra, unlike some of those. And he looks over and is just the tourist traps, Ours are also updated throughout the world according to the details that we get. So,
That sounds like a
Understand.
good idea.
Actually,
Yes.
yeah. Should we perhaps we were talking about going over to Samabella, you said, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is there a chart or a map that we can use?
Normally the price is 5 gold, but this is a map of Ayamasange, and he rolls out this well-drawn, detailed map that your DM spent tons of time making.
Yay.
This is a map of the Summer Sun Islands, including the southern areas that I do not recommend sailing to unless you are very experienced in adventuring. For one thing, Gusala is active volcano, and it's a belchy one. And otherwise, these, and he points down. So let me link the map
The map.
so we can all talk.
Would this this is sort of out of character, Bob, but would this be the place to buy maps that show ocean currents and things like that, or would I want to talk to Dejani or somebody else?
He would have maps that show ocean currents as well, but one of the problems that you know of in this world is that the ocean currents constantly change with the storms.
Right.
That's what makes the Steel Tranquility shipping lines such a good guarantee, is that they're the only ones that don't change.
Because they forced him not to.
The power of magic. That said, he starts pointing out of the map, and you can see that Gusala is directly south. And he then points to Summerbella and just, Summerbella is relatively easy sailing. Takes about a day to day and a half, depending on the speed you go. Sail north of the island. Don't sail through the coasts to the south. Those are relatively treacherous. You have to loop around to come to Raisha, which is the port city there.
I see. Okay.
We don't maintain a full office there. We do send them maps, but they are sold with the harbor master there.
Okay.
So is Summerbella mostly uninhabited then? There's only a few locations that are inhabited?
There's only a few cities left in this nation, unfortunately. And again, I originally immigrated here from Gilderstrand, but Raisha is a relatively older city that's just been pounded to pieces by the storms. That's why they're installing that gate to Ruxari out there. The Horned Gate is supposed to help trade and commerce with a nation that doesn't... it's clear across the Infinite Isles, so makes it a very viable trade center. But the town has nice features. You can tell he's being very generous.
Uh-huh.
I've stayed in worse places.
I'm sure I have too.
It's somewhat limited in freshwater resources. They have, had good resources until the storm started, but ever since then, the swamps to the north of the city are just... They've grown algae and fungus and make most of the water toxic.
Makes sense. Purification will be a thing there then.
That said, is there anything you'd like to know about any of the areas in this, if you're going to do some sailing with that boat you want?
You mentioned a Horned Gate. Is that a portal that they're constructing?
Correct. Yes, the nations of Ayamosunge and Ruxari worked together to form an agreement on a trade pact. Ruxari, as a nation, as far as we can tell, doesn't like the Steel Tranquility shipping lines. And for the life of me, I can't tell you why. I've never gotten to directly speak to their delegates, but I can tell you that you could probably ask them, because the Horned Gate is nearing completion, and their delegates are there on Raisha right now overseeing it.
Most intriguing. Dejani might not like that very much.
Well, frankly speaking, the Dejani are in sore need of competition.
Eh.
You can tell that he's a little salty about the Dejani.
Yeah, I got the drift. Yeah, I mean, but Jyotis is kind of agreeing a little bit. I mean, I work for him, but yeah, they could use a little competition, maybe.
Well, I can't think of anything else that we need right now, but I appreciate these, and
well,
I'll go ahead and pay the man for the map.
Thank you. He takes the gold, slides it under the counter.
It's a very
You said
lovely.
it was 5, right?
Yes, that is correct.
You said avoid Gusula?
Most of the south is a dangerous region to sail in. Now, of course, and he gets kind of nerdy about this. You can tell that, there's that glint in his eye.
Mm-hmm.
Gusula is an active volcanic isle that makes very fertile soil, but no one can settle there because the volcano explodes at random intervals that no one can predict.
Fertile soil, you say? Do you think it would grow this? And he points to... you know who.
Snappy.
Looks at it and just... Well, I can't say it wouldn't, but most of the isles out here have pretty fertile soil aside from Summersole. The southern half of it is just odd. That said, Gusala, regular explosions. Venetia, lizard folk live there. They're cannibalistic.
Yeah, I'm familiar with lizard.
That said, on Torkel, there is a small turtle community. You can tell that humans named that isle, right? And
no offense, Gary.
What's wrong with humans? They seem so...
I've lived with them my entire life. I know what they do.
That said, just to the south of Torkel is an area that us and Yenfir's seekers are very interested in addition to the Dejani. And should you be ready for a big adventure, the Great Breach is called so because in times before the storms, nearly every sunken ship would be pushed there by ocean currents. It's not quite an atoll, but in the meantime, it is a literal long chain of beach sand that is surrounded by coral reefs that change how tall or sunken down they are. And that's why it's difficult to reach. Beyond that, it is also one of the rare spots in the world where whole claws live. Don't know if you've heard of them, but...
Whole claws, you say?
Yes. You can roll an intelligence check.
Roll intelligence.
I'll do the same. Woo! That's an 18 on the
Intelligence. Hey, I got a 21.
Me
Did
too.
you both get it? Okay, so you would both know about these, mostly by fable, because Jyotis, even you wouldn't have seen one necessarily unless you did a lot of shipping out of the Halfling Nation, but I think you were mostly out of Gilderstrand.
I believe, Gilderstrand is what we said.
Yeah. That said, essentially what these are is they are a hermit crab, because it's not a whole claw, it's a whole claw, as in the hermit crab takes the hull of a boat and uses that as its shell.
A whole claw. Gotcha. Damn, that's a big crab.
Yes. Yes, they are quite big. They are not known for being... They're not known for being overly aggressive, but like any other creature that sees food smaller than it, it will try to eat it. Apparently, halflings out of their nation have found a way to tame them and sometimes use them as transport between some of the isles that are a bit more shallow, where they can just walk over coral reefs to reach other parts.
Those clever halflings.
But this is one of the only spots in the world where they are native to.
And it makes sense, since the Great Breach is probably a ship graveyard.
It is. And that's why it's so valuable, because there's resources from lots of different generations.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it is also a hotly contested area because there are Yuan-Ti pirates there. And he points further down, and the Drowned Archipelago is an area that ancient Musunge used to actually have settlements on those islands, but I don't know how, but they sunk into the sea. It's lost to time and the storms, because the first storm took out a little over half of Aya Musunge's libraries. That said, the Drowned Archipelago, supposedly human ruins down there. The Broken Reef is just a large coral reef in shallow water with a maelstrom whirlpool in the middle of it. No one knows why, but if you want to go diving in and live to tell the tale, we'll pay for information. That said, in the southwest corner, Kithve Pran is an area of the Empire of Oryx Ixen. And he kind of pauses for a moment. The dead Dragonborn Empire. So it should be ruins, but it's occupied by Yuan-Ti and filled to the brim with them. So I wouldn't advise travel down there.
Where was that?
Quethvepran in the southwest.
Gotcha.
So that's the pirate lords. Yuan-Ti, anyway.
That's at least one of the Yuan-Ti cities. We have no idea how many they have. We haven't been able to take it because it's regionally well defended by the surrounding mountain territories around it, and the fact that
natural fortress.
Exactly. The Yuan-Ti know some sort of waterway that's critical to getting into that, but we don't.
Most intriguing.
Gary, which one's Summer Bella? Is it close? Is it the big one?
Yeah, I point out the smaller one that's a little bit to the east. This one, yeah.
Okay. How fast do you think we could get there?
It would take us a bit more than a day.
Yeah, roughly a day and a half, right?
It's day to day and a half. Let me pull up my sailing chart. Under good conditions, it would take at least 28 hours.
28 hours.
That's less than 4 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's less than 4 days. It's just a little more than 1 day.
Cool.
So if we leave here at, let's say, 6 o'clock in the morning, we should get there at 10 o'clock the next morning.
Oh, so we'd be sleeping on the water? That sounds fun.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at Jyotis like, I know exactly what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. That's a soldier/marine, connection there. Like, yeah, sleeping on the water.
Sleeping on the boat sucks. Sleeping in a cave sucks.
I mean, Jyotis loves it now, but most people don't.
He's like part fish. He's all blue and scaly. He should love water.
So, what of the smaller isles between Summerbella and Summerheart? The Udalash and Brula?
Those isles. Relatively good vegetation, but the problem is a lack of fresh water supply that can be consistent. For a short stop to repair your boat, perfect. But he lowers his voice a little bit. They do have problems with goblins. So
There must be some kind of fresh water if the goblins can drink there.
I'm certain that there probably is a cavern system or something, but it is...
That would make sense if the goblinoids are living there.
I'm sure they don't like visitors very much.
Agreed. That said, otherwise, Vosala is relatively easy to beach on. There's just... And he kind of looks for a moment and just... There's a lot of birds on that isle. A lot of birds. An annoying amount of birds. And then he points down... oh, they poop on stuff, but they just chat all the time. You'll never get any rest on that island. And then he points down towards Agata and Droga. And the problems with these isles is that it's not easy to dock on them. They do look like they have good vegetation, as well as wildlife and sustainable habitable systems, but in the meantime, there's no easy port, and you can't just park your boat out in the middle of the water and count on it to be there when there's storms.
It's even better, Mikey.
Both are accurate. Both are accurate.
So the other ones are hard to find a place to land, but not impossible.
I would say that we haven't found a good landing point yet on either of them. And that said, as there's no rich resources there that we are in dire need of in this country, we haven't sent many explorers to them.
Understandable.
Aye. Well, Lester, you wanted to go to the Storm Chasers.
Yes.
To get over there before too long. Thank you all again for all of your help. I thought you can find us at the Dingy Bird if you need any.
Yes, if I need anything, I'll contact you.
We're probably sailing out before the storm, but I will contact you if I'm ever back in.
Very good.
Also, we have a good inkling that the storm is going to be worse than predicted.
Oh. He looks around the room. Well then, I should start packing up. As all of you have done good research, I have no reason to doubt anything you find out. So, if you do learn of any new information, do please share it with us. We will pay well. Even if not here, we do have offices in Gilderstrand, Okoa, and we've recently opened one office in Roxari as well. And he kind of points to Lester, and he's just like, we're also talking to the dwarves about getting, I believe your term for it is Soul Forge. We'd like to get an office there because that links to the Underdark, which would be very interesting to map.
It's not an interesting place. Trust me, you don't want to be there. I say it flippantly, not to persuade him.
Right. Oh, don't get me wrong, I would do terribly down below. I'm an old, nearly blind man. But knowledge is power, dear. I like knowing things.
I agree with that statement. Well, it was nice to meet you, sir.
Of course. He gives each of you a handshake, offers his hand to shake all of you, and just, very well done. And again, if you get any information or if I have any jobs come up, I will reach out to you.
Good job.
Shake his
Thank you.
hand.
He shakes your hand. He's just.
Let me know.
He leans in.
Girl.
He leans in very quietly and asks, "What are you?"
I am Lolly.
Okay. I meant what kind of, like, and he, while whispering still, just points out, like, see, like, how your friend Garret is a human, and that one is a dwarf, and that one we're gonna skip because he points to Jyotis for a second.
Did this just get harder for him?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it scales up very quickly.
Well, the people at the temple said I was kind of like a Firbolg, and I have a lot of Firbolg magic. And my little girl used to read stories about a shy Firbolg who made a lot of friends.
Well, for the most part, what I know is that the Firbolg tribes live down in Roxari, so I have never seen one in person before, but very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. This is totes legit what we look like.
Mm-hmm.
Gives that slow nod. Okay, so that we remember this, Alyssa just posted the meme that says, "Oh my god, Karen, you can't just ask all people why they're white."
Good job. Oh, that's beautiful.
I love that movie.
Perfectly timed.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, this guy's a racist.
I don't know about racist. He wants to know. He's knowledge. He's like, never seen you before. Need to know.
Race?
Yeah, he didn't ask. He's just like curious. He's like, I've never seen you before.
Yeah,
He didn't
that's
ask
fair.
in the best way. He didn't ask in the best way because he's an old man, but, you know, he is genuinely curious.
He's like, I didn't know that made, walking.
Right.
Whatever you
I
are.
didn't know
Right.
people could walk and talk.
King elephants.
I'm half Saiga, half kangaroo.
Right. Right?
No.
Anyway.
No. Hey, you
So-
said I could do this.
I did. Much to my own chagrin. That said, he begins packing stuff up, actually, because he's taking you at your word. So you see him slipping maps into cases and putting away books and just starting to clean the place, which was probably overdue anyways. That said, the Storm Chasers Guild is relatively close. It's about half a block away. They're again in a similar size of building that's clearly 3 stories, and you can tell that the top quarters are living quarters. The entryway looks like it's been nicely decorated. The doors are set open, and it looks like they have little tiny mechanical contraptions built in them. It's like someone could close them with the push of a button in the distance, and they would close shut. You can tell that all the windows have storm shutters that appear to also have mechanical contraptions on the sides of them as you come in. The building is simple on the outside, but when you do get inside, you realize that this place is clean and immaculate, and it is set up with glass tubes, water, and just lots of experiments happening, where there appears to be like even a miniature storm cloud contained in a glass sphere off to the right side of the room.
Jyotis walks over to that and is like,
cool.
like he's like, pointing his finger at it to like touch it, like that's fancy.
There's just like a puddle of exposed mercury in there. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah, no, there's definitely mercury in all the thermometers, and there are multiple of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that said, it does take a second, and you kind of hear this distant argument, those of you with a passive perception that is a little higher. So, Lolly, you kind of hear this, where you hear, Zarbel, it's your job to get there. I don't want to deal with it, and after you deal with whoever came in, you get me some coffee. And cold, it's too hot today. Yes, 14 is definitely high enough. And with that, you hear this long sigh and these tiny little footsteps coming down this spiraling staircase in the back. And Zarbel, the gnome that some of you had found much earlier in the campaign, yep, comes downstairs, looks at you all, recognizes some of you, and just goes, "Oh, hi guys! It's been, it's good to see you all."
It is good to see you. Wow.
I'm gonna wave lollies. Loud. Lollies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Zarbel looks at all of you and just, hey, can we talk outside real quick?
Yes.
Great.
Sure.
And the second she walks you all out, she hits one of the side buttons on the doors, and the doors close. And she walks about 10 feet outside the building and just, oh, thank God, his ear horn doesn't work out this far. I made fun of him to about this extent at a normal conversational tone to find out where he couldn't hear me anymore.
I like you
This is the
already.
spot.
I haven't met you. My name's Jyotis Ravi.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
our
I
friend.
Cool. I'm
You-
Zarbel.
Nice to meet you, Zarbel. So
I'm-
you all met her,
Uh-huh.
clearly.
Most of us met her.
Oh, that's that story. Okay.
Yeah, I was the tinker that was trying to set up a weather
You're a
balloon.
fellow tinker, are you?
I am, and she looks a little bit happy to hear that. And
Right.
and under her breath, she goes like, "Yeah, these guys were a great help. They helped me get a storm balloon back up into the sky to monitor for weather systems because someone," she rolls her eyes, just jackass, wanted to use it for tours, which it's not designed to do. Because they were trying to make a quick freaking coin. Did you see all the thermometers in there? No one needs that many thermometers.
Yeah. We have a special science balloon.
No offense, Lolly, but do you know what that means?
Science?
Yes.
Balloon?
Thank you.
I mean, I want to teach you what that means. You shouldn't tell everybody that we have one.
Well, I mean, you don't have one. We sent it up in the air. Yeah, exactly.
Nobody has one. It's gone.
Yeah, that was the point.
Okay.
All right.
Which, by the way, it's working great. I got an update on information from it just this morning.
Is the storm going to be way worse than originally expected?
Yeah, if only I could get someone to listen to me about that.
Well, that's why I came here, to tell you that it was going to be worse.
Ah,
I don't know how I know, but I do know.
Can I check your brain?
Oh, what?
Well, it'll stay inside your head. I'm not going to hurt you. I want to do a test.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, cool. And she runs back in, opens the door with another click, runs over, grabs, and you just hear this like ting, 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 and then comes out holding what looks like a small tuning fork, closes the door again.
While she's doing that, my eyes are just really big, and I'm looking around at my friends going, what in the heck did I do?
Right.
She is so cool.
Gets back to you and just, okay, I need you to bend over just a bit because you're still taller than me.
I bend my knees down.
Thanks. I'm going to tap you in the center of the forehead with this. You're going to feel a little electric shock. It's not going to hurt. It's just like a little static shock. Just want to see something. She holds it up, and I have to roll.
Crossing my fingers.
Okay.
Roll a 1.
I did not roll a 1. She does hit you on the forehead. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Eight.
Okay. So, what should have just been a little static shock is not just a little static shock. You take 1 point of electric damage, 1 point of lightning damage, as it sparks, and the rest of you hear this like crack that goes off very loud. And she pulls it away and just, whoa, you have a charge. I've never seen anything like that. So certain people get like a sense and semblance about storms. Like some people goes like, oh, my knee's hurting, a storm's coming. Most of them are full of crap. But in the meantime, some people's bones and cartilage has atmospheric changes to it. Normally this just tests that by putting off a certain signal if it does. But with you, there was actual sparks, which means somehow you're tuned in. That's cool.
Okay. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. And she like points to, and sure enough, like right in the center of your forehead is this little like black mark. She's like, I did not mean to do that, but in the meantime, wow, that's amazing. That like, I've never heard of anyone attuned to it, and wow, that's awesome.
Well, thank you, Zarvel.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me zap you. That said, if you want to help with getting the awareness about this storm out, I would talk to some of the business owners and just let them know, because they take things seriously. I can't leave aside from going on coffee runs for this thing. She points back there and just, God, maybe the storm will blow him away. But I already did send a letter to Gilderstrand, specifically to the Avila office, telling them about everything you did to help. And I just wanted to let you know that if you're ever in Avila, go talk to the Storm Chasers Guild there, and they will give you some of the better paying missions that they give out. Were you all looking for any work?
I mean, always on the look.
I don't know.
What did you have in mind?
We were going to go to Summer Bella Isle. Do you have anything over there?
Ooh, let me go check. And sure enough, she goes back, opens up the door, and you hear this like, did you get my coffee? No, I'm still working with people. I'm doing your job for you. You're welcome. And you hear the like, ting, 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 ting.
Ooh, she should not talk to adults like that.
She comes back out with a ledger, flips through it really quick. Let's see, Summer Bella.
Some adults deserve it.
So, yeah, actually, there is something that we want to know about. It's kind of sneaky, but in the meantime, It doesn't bring any harm to anyone. What we want to know is I want to leave a measuring device near the horned gate to make sure that it's not causing any sort of changes in atmospheric conditions, that it's basically not trying to alter the storms.
I'm sorry, what was this?
We have to leave a weather instrument where?
Near the horned gate on Summerbella. It would have to be. It would have to be close. Best results would be within 10 meters, but within 25 to 50 should at least get us some results.
I don't know if they're gonna like that.
That's just it, is that I don't know either. I mean, I would say try to talk them into it, but they are really untrusting of the guilds because them and the Dajani are in competition, so they think they're in competition with everyone else, even though we don't care about that. We just want to study what's causing these things and how to stop them, / at least divert them. So
What does it look like?
Honestly, more interested in the science of the gate magic affecting the storm magic.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to interrupt the gate. I just want to make sure it's not going to make things worse or alter what we already do know.
Well, what does the device look like?
Oh, I'll go grab it for you. And she runs back in. Again, you hear shuffling and comes back out with this little tiny... It's big to her, but it would be no more than a 10-pound box to the rest of you. But it is clearly lead. And she reaches out and just offers it to you because you were the one who asked. And the device is in here. It is quite delicate. And she opens up the box a little bit to show you. And it looks like this complicated contraption with all sorts of different levers and pressure gauges that are monitored by several liquids. That said, we did give it a relatively simple startup sequence because, you know, if you make it complicated, everyone's going to blow it in a time of crisis. And she points to a little silver button on the underside. She says, if you push this, it'll start to measure.
Push the silver button. Got it.
Is there anything that maybe we could do to change the outside to look a bit more natural? Cover it with some dirt, gravel, stones.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, so one of the devices in here is a positivity measurer to measure for static charges. And if you try to cover it, it'll throw everything off. That said, you could camouflage it with like trees or shrubbery, I think, and be okay. But again,
that was going to be my question. Could we put it near a bush or a tree or hide it behind something? Does it need to be clear of anything to have the instruments work?
Again, bushes or shrubbery should be fine, but if you put a bunch of rocks and dirt around it, it's not going to work as well. So, I don't have any better disguise for it because we contained it in this for safe shipping. They're quite expensive. This is actually originally what I came here to do, but I've been stuck here because someone looks up. Just die already, you old fiend. Someone has me running his guild for him. So, if you don't mind, again, I would pay you... I think the guild is authorized a 75 gold fee for this, but given that it could be dicey, you could easily negotiate that up.
Well, we're going there anyway. We can either try, or if it's too dangerous, not.
Yeah, again, I don't want to put you guys in danger. I don't want you getting hurt. If you can, fantastic. If you don't, I completely understand. And I'll just try to talk to the Roxari delegation myself at some point. She looks up and just... Anyways, though, it would be a massive favor to me, and I would appreciate it.
I say we give it a shot.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
I agree. Let's give it a go.
Okay.
Shall I carry this for now? Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. She just closes the box No.
How delicate is it? I've noticed it's in a lead box. Is that to protect the magic, or is that to protect it?
Two purposes. One, it does protect the magic, but in the meantime, the inside is cushioned and insulated to help protect it as well for shipping overseas.
Got it.
Because the Steel Tranquility shipping lines mess with them. And I have no idea why, but my guild masters always told me I couldn't research the Steel Tranquility guild shipping lines or get close to their lighthouses or anything. But for shipping it, if you're going over the Steel Tranquility, make sure to keep it in this when you're on that. Otherwise, it'll completely mess it up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Their
Okay.
lighthouses are magical.
Right?
Now I might have missed it. Are we supposed to remove it from the lead casket when we
Yes.
set it up? Okay.
Yes.
But
The
don't
casket
put it
is for
over the
protection.
Tranquility.
It's the handle with care shipping box.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
There's an arrow that points up. And
Yeah. and like you probably caught the last part of that, because it's magical, we need to keep it in the lead box until we get there, basically. So that no other magic will mess it up.
Yep. Cool.
Works for me.
Yes.
Ace Ventura.
Oh my god, that's an amazing scene. It's one of the best scenes in the whole movie.
I've never seen that movie.
What?
Oh
How
my
have you not
god,
seen
it
Ace
is
Ventura?
great.
It's like I didn't see Super Troopers until like 2 years ago. So
Oh,
I almost didn't see that because one of my friends wouldn't shut up about it.
Mm-hmm.
that's why I hadn't watched it.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one
man.
person that just like will not stop kind of ruins it for you. So it's a joy. It's a ridiculous movie.
it is. It really is. Anyway,
Oh, look.
So-
Yes.
Okay. So let's grab the box.
so we're gonna we're gonna grab the box. Was there anything else we got to do here? Or?
No, Zarbel, thank you so much for your help, and we'll do our best.
Hey, no problem. And again, if there's anything you guys do need, let me know. I'd be happy to help. And if you need any letters of reference for anyone in Avila, let me know. Okay?
Sure.
She's a gnome, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a gnome, blonde hair, very thick glasses on, but you can tell that they're definitely for magnification purposes.
She doesn't need them. She uses them to look at close things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and everything she wears, like she's wearing a dress, but it's mostly so that she can wear like a bandolier of tools instead of
Yep.
armor or weapons or anything like that. She
Tinker.
is
Tinker.
tinker to the teeth. So
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, what I got paid, I'm going to divide that among everybody. 'Cause they
Okay.
helped.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need to divide up
Should we-
what we got for the other one too.
Yeah, 50. Everybody was there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, was Lox? with us
Lox
on that?
was the only person who missed out on that.
So that means everybody gets 10, including Shriek.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
So everybody add 10 gold to yo.
I will add that in for Shriek because I know he's not here tonight.
Can I go
And
back
yeah,
to sleep?
so let's see how many. We were all there again at the. So what I got paid for the quarry. Lox was not there again, right? Lox and
Yeah,
Shriek?
correct. Lox and Shriek were doing something different.
right. So I'll divvy that up to the rest of them. So there's only 4 of us. That means y'all get 25 gold.
Oh. 25 more?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, we're rolling in
What
the
about
dough here.
So much ice cream. As soon as the coins touch my hot little hooves, I go running toward the ice cream stand.
That makes sense. So, right there is probably a good spot to take a 10-minute break. Everyone, I will all back Let's go with 8:55 because we have been now gaming for almost the better part of 2 hours. So I will see you all back then. All right.
Okay.
Got it.
8:35.
Sounds good.
8:55.
55. Sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, 55. It is now late afternoon, and meanwhile, we actually do need to catch up a little bit with Lox. So, Lox, after the party got back to town the first time with the cart, you stepped off to go have a little meeting with your group. What would you be doing the next day?
Probably just settling things at the store. I wasn't with anybody for a few days.
You were actually you missed the group for basically 1 day. Like
1 day, okay.
Yeah, it's like the better part of 30 hours after you missed them because they headed out, they explored a dungeon, they couldn't complete it in one night, so they stayed overnight, and then they completed it this morning, came back this afternoon. So it's been a day.
Yeah, I mean, I probably was just settling things at the store.
Okay. Just making sure the store's tip-top shape.
Yeah.
Okay. Hanging out with your unpaid intern.
He's paid very well
That
in
is true.
discounts.
In experience. Okay, so that said, it is a relatively nice day for you. Most of it goes by quite clean with very minimal interference. Hats and wares, of course, is always annoying, but oh my god, Bailey, stop. Sorry. I am so sorry. I need a fucking break from this cat. Like, nothing else about quarantine will break me, but this cat will.
Happy International
All right.
Pet Day.
Die in a fire. That said, by about the mid-afternoon is when a elderly tiefling with his skin is reddish, but it's a soft red. His horns are curved back almost to be smooth, along with his very, very refined silver hair, comes entering into your shop. And he's well dressed. Despite the weather outside being hot today, he is wearing what appears to be a nice, formal, dark gray outfit. Very expensive, up-to-date fashion line.
Lox is going to go right in and greet him. Hello, good sir. How are you doing? He comes a little closer than probably necessary. Yeah. Taps him on the shoulder.
Yeah, and the figure stares at you and gives that knowing nod and pauses for just a second before... Well, Lox, I'm told that we have a small business owner meeting at the Golden Opportunity, and I happen to hear from some of my friends that the people that were providing what I would like to call a distraction in that little prison are back in town. We could potentially use them for a job, if you'd be willing to bring them in.
Lox is going to lower his voice a little bit and make sure that he knows, nobody's too close to listen in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could handle that.
Ah, very good. Unfortunately, with half our guild being in prison right now, it would be so nice if you could just come and meet us at the Golden Opportunity. Oh, let's say 7 o'clock.
Can do.
Yes. Just make sure to give that proper knock at the door so that we know to let you in past normal business hours, and we'll begin our business meeting.
Now Lox is going to look around and put on his facade again. Oh, yeah. Slap him on the shoulder. Business, business, business. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, well, I will see you later.
So glad I'm out of this rat race and that I have people doing most of my work for me. Lox, you really should get your attendant to do more work. And with that, he gives a very generous nod and do let me know if you get in any more black boots that would go well with this suit. I just got it new and I want it perfect for when Ella gets out of prison. I just can't wait to see her.
You know I always put the best aside for you.
Thank you kindly. See you soon. With that, he exits. And as he exits, you hear him kind of walking away, and from a distance, you hear this annoying voice that you just know all too well about like, "Oh, hey, how you doing there, mister? Want to come into hats and wares?" And you just, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm quite good, thank you.
Lux is going to rush to the door, swinging his hands. Get out of here! Get away from my door!
And you see the rather large, burly gentleman standing. He's 25 feet away, as required by law, wearing a hats and wares sign draped over himself, with some sunscreen on his nose, big bald head, bushy black and gray beard, big old smile, and just a little overweight because he's clearly middle-aged, wearing one of those big, stupid hats from Hats and Wares. That's the straw hats that's supposed to block out the sun, but we all know it doesn't. Wearing what clearly appears to be the touristiest cloth ever because it's just floral painted all over the place. It's atrocious. And he's also wearing what I believe his wife invented called a Birkenstock. It's terrible. And it's as ugly as it could be. And with that, oh, hiya, Lox. How you doing today, huh?
Well, not good now.
Oh, you're just such a fibber. It's great to kid around with you. Business has been slow today, huh?
Oh, it's been slow for you, not for me.
Oh, well, guess we're just going to have to step up our game then. If you ever want to go in on, like, a cohabitant special between both of our businesses, you just let me know, okay?
Lux is going to slam his front door.
Okay, you take care now. Bye-bye. You hear him, like, walk back towards the Hats and Wares and just, Barb, I just had a great conversation with Lux. Got through a whole 3 sentences without the door slamming. We're making progress.
Randy.
Then a dog comes and brutally mauls him. It's over in a flash.
Lux's attack dog.
Yeah.
Release the hounds.
That's freaking hilarious.
It's such a weenie.
He's really overweight, if that helps.
Like that dog from the Tom and Jerry movie.
Oh.
Basically a round dachshund.
Yeah, that is Randy through and through.
Oh, yeah.
Needs a skateboard?
Sausage with legs.
He needs a skateboard.
Yes.
So, that said, Mr. Lux, as it gets a little later on in the afternoon, it gets to that, like, 4:30-ish time, you do see a group of what appears to be your friends come wandering out of the Storm Chasers Guild, looking better for the wear. And I believe at that point you also see Lolly hopping towards what is clearly one of the mages of Aetherchain making a pineapple ice cream that they're selling at a food stand.
Lux is going to make sure his assistant knows to wrap things up for the night. He's going to give him a double thumbs up.
Boss, I got it. And he just gives the nod and the big old salute. Yep, I've got this. Don't you worry about a thing.
All right, I trust you. I'm out for the night. And he's going to run up to the group. How's everybody doing? How are you guys holding up?
Oh my gosh, it's Lux! Oh my gosh, it's Lux! Hi, Lux. Do you want some ice cream?
I'm rubbing my forehead.
He's got zapped.
Yeah, there's a little black mark on Lestern's forehead.
Well, you all look a little worse for wear, except for Lollipop here.
Lollipop Rainbow Snuffletoots.
That's what I said.
Kind of like the short name.
Well, let's see. There was a prison riot. Oh, wait, you kind of ducked out on that one. And then there was this temple or ruins of the Far Sahar that Gary got a cool magic sword from. Well, I guess it's not really magic, but someday it might be.
Lestrin jammed the door open for us all. That was amazing.
Yeah. And
I lighted
got
up the whole
eaten by a panther, and then I got eaten by a dog.
That's right.
Oh my god.
And then we went to go check out the boat, and then we went to the Wanderlust Guild, and now we're here.
Well, I feel like you all might need a drink. Where are you headed from here?
Ice cream.
Scissors. I need scissors. I forgot it wasn't muted.
It's all good. I don't think we have anything else on the agenda, right? We were just headed back to Dingy Bird, weren't we?
Yes.
Garret was looking for someone to make the sheath for his
that's
blade.
right. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can talk to Lox about that because I don't have the materials yet. They're being tanned.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Lox knows about leather.
Yeah.
I should expect so.
I mean, Jyotis has a care package he'd like to open when he gets back, but that's fine.
Well, Lox can take him to... Do you still need the leather?
No, we're getting the leather tanned, but I need someone to make it into a sheath for this sword. It is a great sword, so it's not really one that I can use. I can use it, but I'm not as comfortable. But I don't want to carry it around with a naked blade.
Well, when it's finished at the tanner, I'm happy to help you.
I'd appreciate it. Please check around for people that you trust that can make such a thing.
No problem, no problem.
Not again.
I actually want to check with the tanner today to see if we can get this project started before too long.
I'll go over there with him.
If I could actually take the sword with us when we leave.
Yeah, so, and Lox, you would know this tanner pretty well. They are a humanoid male in their mid-30s, relatively young. They're second generation, and they have to do all their tanning outside of town in the Foundry District because the town does not allow for tanning to be done in town. So he always brings in his leathers and everything else to sell as finishing products here. But yeah, the tanning process is not a great process. Just like
Kinda
blacksmithing.
stinky.
Yeah, blacksmithing and tanning are done in the Foundry District, where a lot of the people with lesser incomes live. And it's not the nicest district, but this gentleman always does a very excellent job. His wares are always reasonably priced, and though he's not part of your Better Business Bureau, he is certainly on the level, at least. And despite being in his... Well, he's always given fair prices, and despite being in his mid-30s, he is clearly balding already, just chooses to wear a leather apron, no shirt, because it is hot as heck, and meanwhile, he very dark-skinned, and upon seeing you, Lux, how are you doing today?
Did you say his name, Bob?
I did not. It is Johnny.
Okay. Hi, Johnny, my friend. I believe that you are working on a piece for my friend here, and
Yes. Yes. The order, and he looks over the counter and just, the pelts for Mr. Garret, correct?
Correct.
Yes, very good. I am taking them out to be tanned tonight. I do have a very good process that should be finished within 24 to 48 hours at the most. It is one of the fastest tanning processes that we have. I've already pre-treated these skins so that they will not go bad before I get back to the Foundry District. But it will be taken care of for you.
I appreciate it.
These are the 3 panther pelts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in here there's tons of leathers and skins laid out. It's a relatively simple area. He tries to keep it nice and tidy, but it's more of demonstration of what he can make. So for people's orders, he can always go ahead and actually go do the tanning and then provide them the raw materials.
I'm just putting a note on the pelts that we're leaving him at the tenor. That's all.
Yeah.
But we are going to be. You might have to hold them for a little time. We are probably sailing over to Samabella for a day or two. We do not know exactly how long.
Yeah.
No.
My girl, have you seen her?
Looks up and just. I have not. I do not know what that is. So, if you are in Samabella, I will gladly hold on to these for you until you get back. Normally, I would charge a fee of 2 copper per day over 30 days, because I must move my wares. But, that said, if you manage to bring me hides like you brought me this morning of any of the creatures on Samabella, creatures that are not native to this island go very well for their prices, and I would pay good for it.
That's good to know.
That is good to know.
And if
we don't tend to go out of we don't tend to go out of our way to kill animals. It's just if they attack us. But if anything attacks us, we will. It does happen more than we like. I'll be sure to bring. I'll be sure to bring you whatever we have.
Very good. Very good. That said, if you ever have any leathers you'd like. What was that?
Like, we do nothing to them and they come to us.
Well, the problem is most of the things that give us pelts on these islands are predators. So, they come to you no matter what. You are food.
Okay.
That's it. Again, past 30 days, I charge 5 copper per day for holding on to your wares. But not very expensive. So, when you get back, let me know.
I can't see it taking 30 days.
I can't either. It's a day trip, a little over a day trip there. I don't imagine we'll be there more than a few days.
I just prefer my customers to upfront know my prices, just in case.
I understand. Yeah, keep good track. I will make sure that you are paid everything you are owed.
It's certainly
Thank you
reasonable.
very much. Mr. Locks, did you need any leathers today? I have some very fine. New Welkin just sent up an order of cowhide. Very hard to get in the islands. I tanned it perfectly last night and spreads it out, and it's just beautiful brown leather. These would make a fabulous pair of boots, should you want to.
Locks is gonna flip him 2 copper and hang on to these ones for me, Johnny. And while we're on the topic of a deadly beast, would you mind putting up a photo of my friend Lolly's girl here in your window shop?
Yes, I will put up a photo. And may I have one?
Wait. I have to copy it down so that I don't just give away the original. Give me a second.
Yes, of course.
I thought you had a stack.
Locks did this out of pity for you.
You
better get it together.
I can't lose this original, guys.
Yeah, I get it.
And he does take the 2 copper and I will put aside a couple of my finest for you, okay, Lux?
Thank you, Johnny.
It's actually a good idea, Lux. It's a good idea.
So I take out my crayons and the expensive spell book we found in the ruins of the Far Sahar, and I carefully trace the picture of Molly.
Roll a dexterity check.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'm so excited. Dexterity?
Yep.
Okay. 7.
Oh dear.
Well, it's not that you fail, it's just that you take a lot of time. Like a painfully awkward, long amount of time. Where like there's just silence clinging to the room, and the sound of crayon on paper is the only sound as you're just going through, and like every time you do a line, you look at the other page and you're like, yeah, that looks good. I don't know. Start over. Line. 10 minutes go by,
So much
and
time
then you
shading
finally...
her upper lip.
Right. No, you finally get it right, but it takes like 10 agonizing minutes that just feels like the two forevers that it felt like for everyone, for you when everyone else was getting those temporary hit points. That's what it's like for them now, where you're doing this, and it takes a while, but yeah, you do make it, and you go to hand it to him, and it is very good.
Thank
He
you.
pins it up on the wall.
I worked very hard on it.
Yes.
Clearly.
You did. Very clearly. That said, it is now time to close my shop, because I must get back to the Foundry District and get to work. So, if you don't mind, because it is now past 5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And as you see him starting to pack up his wares into a cart that he clearly pulls along, you also see that he takes out a rather large machete and just kind of like slings it through his belt, and then goes back to packing his things.
Don't fuck with me.
Oops.
This is what he pulled out, right? He pulled him out and put him on his belt.
Yeah. He pulled out Danny Trejo, and Danny Trejo went on his belt. So, while he's awkwardly packing his cart, is there anything else you guys want to do here, or would you like to go somewhere else? What would you like to do?
Ice cream.
You've had
What
some
time is it?
already.
Wally's gonna cry if she doesn't get ice cream.
It is just after 5. The sun is beginning to set. It's not there yet. It'll set approximately after 7 o'clock because the group reminded me where the equator is.
No worries.
I think Lox is probably going to try to convince everybody to go eat at that diner at some point.
Mean.
Do they have anything other than cornbread?
Yes.
So, Lox, you would know this also, that the Golden Opportunity is actually a jewelry shop traditionally. The Business Bureau, the Better Business Bureau does, however, cater. And at their meetings, there is commonly food.
Well, if anybody is hungry, I know a great little shindig being run by the Magic Better Business Bureau tonight.
Ooh.
Sounds intriguing.
Game?
I mean, it sounds better than the worst business bureau, so let's go.
They're a lot better than them.
Somewhere, Dave from Hats and Wears sneezes. So, the Better Business Bureau and the Golden Opportunity is located in the Aquans District, which is near adjacent to the Pearl District, so it takes about 15 minutes to get over there. They are clearly tidying up for the night as you close in on it. Give me just a second to pull up my notes. From the outside, you can tell that the reason that this store is located in the Aquans is because it is dedicated towards selling high-end jewelry and art. And most of the buildings in this town are that simple, like limestone white substance with that blue metal roofing to allow storms and palm fronds and everything else to slip off them. But this building just is extra. It uses some columns up in front, it uses some stairs coming up, and there's almost what appears to be like a gold leaf slate tile just in front of the entrance door. And the door itself is this ornate wooden door with beautiful silver etchings throughout it, and a simple golden coin etched right near the door handle. That said, the sign in front of it does say, "We are currently closed. Please come back tomorrow." And it reads in both Common and Elvish.
Oh.
Gandalf, what's the Elvish word for friend?
Is the coin a cleaning coin?
Melon.
Chop.
I will get you.
Let's dance on the rim of the volcano that is DM Bob's patience.
Oh dear.
No.
Lox is going to try to go in anyway.
Okay. You get up to the door. It is locked. Not trapped, but locked.
Not trapped.
Can I look through the window?
Sure. Roll a perception check.
$14.
Okay. Well, that's not an awful perception check for looking inside a window. You see... Yeah. You see Janice, which is one of the younger members of your Better Business Bureau, who is clearly just dusting and polishing off some of the antiquities inside, which the display cases facing the outer storm windows are made to look fancy, but you know that they're fake jewelry. That said, the stuff that she is brushing off inside appears to be some very nice pewter candlesticks, and then she brushes off this glass counter and dusts it with the feather duster. And then, like, out of the corner of her eye, she turns and sees you and just raises up a fist and gives the symbol, or the signal.
Am I supposed to know what to do with that?
You were told to knock on the door?
Oh, I knock.
Yeah, there's a very specific knock that the Business Bureau has, and you would know it, so...
Okay, Lox is going to do the Better Business Bureau knock.
Yeah. And
how does that go, Alyssa?
Shave and a haircut.
Yep.
Yeah, but it ends with the shave and a haircut because nothing's for free.
Shaving a haircut means they want you to scalp them and give them a, what is it, the tie?
And after that knock, you see her turn, come over, unlock the door, and you hear 3 different locks, and then you also get this semblance of just a little bit of air pressure relief, because you do know that on the other side, the door is alarmed with spell magic. And she then quietly opens the door for you and just, Lox, pleasure to see you, and, you have guests?
Hi, I'm Wally.
Did Vigil want guests? He doesn't tell me anything. He just told me to make sure all the counters are clean for when Ella gets back.
I believe all of my friends here were invited, and they will try their best to behave themselves.
Very good.
Have you seen this girl?
Okay.
I'm sorry, it would cost 5 gold for any information from me right now because it's after hours.
That's weird. You're weird, but okay. Let's go inside, though.
Okay. And she opens the door to let you all in, and then once you do come in, she closes the door, locks the 3 locks, and then
lock those locks,
takes out a silver strand.
Maybe engage those locks.
Yeah, engage. Takes out a silver strand and just whispers a couple of words, and hear this bit of thump. Okay, so Locks, as you would know, the meeting will be taking place upstairs in the back offices. Third floor, I believe, is where Vigil would like to hold the meeting.
Thank you so much for letting us in. And Lox is going to go ahead and walk up the stairs.
Okay, yeah. So there is a spiral staircase that takes you up to the second floor of this place. And the second floor is mostly for displays of artwork. And the most expensive artwork is stored up here. But you also know, because of what the Golden Opportunity is, that behind the curtains that make up the false walls, there's these beautiful mauve curtains just hanging down. There's one particular false wall that if you just push in the right place, it opens up just a crack and reveals another staircase that goes both up and down.
Lox is going to turn to everybody and say, the Better Business Bureau is a very secretive place. And then he's going to go ahead and open the secret wall.
Lux, are we supposed to be here?
Yeah, no problem.
This doesn't seem like they have anything to eat.
Okay.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I don't
I'm
think
gonna
that
wink.
saw Molly.
I'm gonna wink at Jyotis. Right.
Mm-hmm. We'll be fine.
Lox is going to continue on.
Okay, so Lox, as you come upstairs, you come up to, and once everyone passes through, the door automatically closes.
Ooh.
When you do reach the top, this area is, of course, a false room, third floor, that makes it look like it is a living quarters up top, but it's actually the guild offices. So instead, there's basically paintings across the windows to make it look like furniture and people would be there, so that the storm shuttered windows can be partly open in order to allow for airflow. But instead, you are in a guild office with a map of Alarissa Mall laid out in front of everyone, in addition to maps of the aqueducts, detailed listings on business tracking, and beyond that, I will accept perception checks from anyone that wants to look around the room.
Perception.
19.
I got a 21.
10.
Cool. So, Garret, with your natural 1, the thing that happens is that you just realize how this is in plain sight. And, you've heard of groups of people that do illegal activities. This is brazen, and the brazenness of it just goes holy hell, this is in the middle of the fanciest district of town. These people are out in the open virtually, but no one would look here, and you're just kind of amazed by the cleverness, and that just totally distracts you. Lolly, what did you get on yours?
21.
Okay, we'll get to you. Lestrin, you kind of have that same realization about the oh man, these guys, they're good at hiding in plain sight. If you think about it from the soldier perspective, though, of man, if I was trying to start a guerrilla army, I would love a location built like this. This is a good base, and you haven't even seen most of it yet. And then we come to Jyotis. Jyotis, you realize that there is lots of details on shipping manifests, as well as specific ships that they're tracking. And in fact, you line it up, and their board is 1-for-1 scale of the Harbor Master's board. In addition to that, they have a track on what appears to be every Magister house inside the city, in addition to most of the Magisters of New Welkin and what their current locations are. As well as at least half of them, they have net worths attached to them. Then we come to Lox. Lox, you know this place because this is home away from home. This is the guild office where, when there's times of meetings, traditionally Joris will sit everyone down here as the guild heads, discuss what the next plan of attack is, and then activate certain agents to go do some activities for the Better Business Bureau. In addition to the room being tidy, because Vigil always maintains a tidy room, you notice that it's almost sad how there is no one here. Typically, almost always, someone's in the office, and there's just that little spark of sadness in you that, like, oh man, most of my guild members are still back in that prison. And that said, Lolly, with a 21, you see, as no one else does, the shadow of a man step out of the corner of the room right when everyone does enter. And it is a reddish skin, but it's a very pale red. It's soft, with long black horns that curve up along his head to be very subtle, very silver fox gray hair that's well done and slicked and combed, and this just very polished gray tailored suit, who steps out and just...
Hi, I'm Lolly.
Well met, Lolly. Very observant. I'm Vigil. And he extends a hand.
I shake it. This is a cool place you've got here. You've got lots of words and art, and... Have you seen this girl? Can you post this with your art?
Just gently stares at Lox for a second and just... You sure have some interesting friends. Joris communicated that they were capable, but this is interesting. You are hiding in plain sight. That is very impressive. And he gives you this like once over where he looks at you and just, yes, very impressive. As for your little portrait, I suppose we'll put it up on the wall. There's no harm. And he takes it and, sure enough, sticks it up on one of the wall.
Thank you. Wait, I need to make a copy of that.
Well, you work on that, my dear, and let me know when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming, Lox. And for those of you who I have not introduced myself yet, I am Vigil. I run the haberdashery here, and in the meantime, while some of our other members of the Better Business Bureau are out, I am maintaining our little house of operations. So, I believe that some of you, and he points around the room, in fact, most of you, have actually met my boss, as well as Lox's boss. Very plain-looking man, you wouldn't know it. But he's in prison currently.
I remember him.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, yes. He found you to be quite capable and enjoyed your company. So, we wanted to offer an opportunity to all of you. And he walks around and comes up to Shriek, who has been tagging along, but has been very quiet because he's almost been contemplating how he's going to clean his clothes. Because prestidigitation can't take out the fact that they touch ground. And and he walks up and just, I believe Mr. Lox stated that you had the invitation. And Shriek gives a nod and just, yes, hands it over. Well, what we have here is an opportunity. Now, I don't know any of your backgrounds, so I'm going to assume that most of you came from other places. But let me tell you something about the magistrates here. They live very wealthy lives. The choice of our location, as well as the fact that we're in plain day, should speak to you about how unaware they are of the city that they are not running. That said, I represent some people who are interested in benefiting people who need help. The Foundry District is being taken over by the Fangs of Lasashel, and in the meanwhile, the treasury of the Akami Kai is running sorely behind for tribute this year. We had an opportunity come up, though, as recently, and he points on his map towards the Masunge Palace, when there was a meeting of the Magisters before Flag Day, Magister Valerian of New Welkin donated a large diamond that he called the Hope of Masunge. This diamond is currently sitting in the palace unused, and it is easily capable of paying tribute and taxes for the entire city's residents for over a year. We would like to obtain this item and donate it to the Akami Kai Church in order to pay that tribute for the year for the entirety of the city and give a sorely needed relief to our residents here.
My eyebrows climb on my forehead.
That said, I'm well aware of the fact that what we're essentially asking is a bit outside the normal confines of the law, but in the meantime, the Broken Crowns are a group of individuals who are concerned for the people by the people.
Lox is going to address the group. Look, I wasn't trying to fool anybody, but what we do here is a legal gray area. I feel all of you are trustworthy enough at this point to let you in on my and my friend here's little secret. This is important for our community here, and you all have shown yourselves to be very friendly and welcoming to that community, and we're trying to help the people of our island.
Oh, is this like the balloon?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I can't be trusted. Sorry.
Yeah, he does raise an eyebrow and just, balloon?
Nothing. I'm almost done with this drawing, and I rip the page out of the spellbook. There you go.
You do realize this is spell quality paper, right, my dear?
It's really good paper.
Lolly, maybe we should give you some of this paper.
and he takes it and pins it up on the wall and gives you back the original.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys let me have that.
Yeah.
I kind of am too, but whatever.
I'm not a spellcaster. I don't care.
Yeah. You are the wizard of the group.
But that said, we would like to offer you the fabulous opportunity to work with us, or at least work adjacent to us. Now, we're a group of freelance individuals. All of us run or work at businesses, so none of us are looking to make this a full-time venture per se, but all of us do our best to keep this city running smoothly in the interest of the people.
Hmm.
I mean, it sounds like it could do a lot of good.
Certainly. Gary, do you have any input on this one?
If I am honest, I would like to irritate the man.
There's a man. So,
if it makes one of those stuffed shirts look bad,
It works for me.
especially if we are helping people, putting my pocket criminal.
well, as you can probably surmise so far, what Mr. Lux had to do while the rest of you were busy during that prison riot was obtain this. And he puts it down. The Magister Captain of the guards in that prison is well known for not wanting to go to social gatherings. And, of course, there's another Magister's ball scheduled in a little over 5 days. We were hoping to have an attendance of someone that appears to be the captain.
5 days, you say? That ought to be smack in the middle of that storm, right?
Yep.
Less.
Yeah.
There's a storm coming?
We have
bad
a
one.
good authority that there's a bad storm headed.
Interesting. The Magister's Ball may be delayed then. There might be a way to leak them word of that. And he leans over his counter and goes through a desk and then comes back and just, yes, all right. Okay. Well, there might be a way that I can delay this from happening if the town believes that a storm is coming. One of the members of the Aether chain, and he looks through the list of people and comes down. Haishel. Yes, Haishel will do nicely. Haishel is second cousin to Tojo Amal, Magister of the Harbor, and that means he would get an invite to the Magister's Ball. But the other Magisters listen to him more than they should about influences of magic and storms. If, perchance, you would manage to convince him to put a little delay of game on the Magister's Ball, then we'll party after a storm.
Okay. Well, I can certainly make the suggestion.
Very good. And that said, if you encounter any of the fangs of Lasashel, Joris would like it known that he will pay 50 silver per one of them that is removed.
Understood. For how much did you say?
50 silver per fang. By the way, don't bring us parts of them. We don't deal in skin trade or any of those horrors. Mr. Locks is more than good at accounting, so...
I mean, do you count the ones we got rid of at the riot?
No, you were being paid by the Dijani.
I know.
And he point blank looks at you, just like, no, we're well aware of your operations, Mr. Jyotis.
Understood.
So I missed a little bit of that because my phone went. Fangs of what?
The Fangs of Lasashel. They call themselves the Fangs locally, but they're a group and a gang run out of the Foundry District that is promoting a UNT subversion of our culture. They openly endorse slavery in addition to committing violent crimes. We are talented individuals here. We don't see violence as a necessity when it comes to dealing in legal gray matters that the Business Bureau needs to act upon.
And you would give us 50 gold a fang?
50 silver.
Oh.
So,
Half of.
Wait, are we talking about their actual teeth or the members of the Fang?
No, again, Mr. Locks is more than good at accounting. I do not want any body parts taking up any part of this. The golden opportunity is, well, and he almost blushes where he turns like a darker shade of red for a second. The lady who owns this shop would not have anything so unclean in here. And we prefer to operate in manners that don't get easily tracked. Killing someone and taking a trophy will get you found.
it's also slightly illegal.
Yes, that's true, but that said, if you can prove that they were members of the Fangs, the Tricorns will, more often than not, look the other way. The Tricorns don't have enough police officers to maintain the Foundry District, let alone fight a gang war. So, that's why they're focused here in town, because the Magisters want everything nice and easy. Meanwhile, the poorest of our citizens are being basically held at a mob justice.
And these are the Fangs that Jyotis is fairly acquainted with, correct, Bob?
Yeah, this would be, like, this is the first you've heard of an on-land division? But it would make sense because, again, Alia Masange is a country close to a Yuan-Ti city. So, of course, they would be trying to slip operatives into a town.
Yep.
And a port city makes the most sense.
I can fill you in on what I know about the Fangs when we get back to the inn.
Okay.
Or over supper.
Yes, and if you ask Fairness nicely, he can give you information on the Fangs also if you need any more convincing to fight them.
Oh, I need no convincing. I've already fought them.
If they're anything like we met.
We met some of them in the trailer on the way to the
the prison riot that you put down was
that's
part
the
of their
Fangs.
gang. Yeah.
Do they have any sort of like how can we prove? Because I could say like we put down a whole bunch of them in the prison riot.
Most of them have a tattoo of either a snake eye or an Ouroboros, which is a snake that eats its own tail, tattooed on one of their arms. Some of them choose to be a bit more forthcoming and tattoo an eye in the center of their foreheads, much like the contact that you helped keep alive.
Okay.
And, I mean, a lot of them are Yuan-Ti, aren't they?
No, most of the Fangs in this town are humans that have been sold a package. People with a penchant to violence who think that by serving something reptilian, they can become something more.
Gotcha. So it will be harder to pick them.
Correct.
And how does this disrupt the magistrates?
Well, the Yuan-Ti Fangs are a separate issue, but the magistrate, the way I want to disrupt them, and the way that the others want to disrupt them, is by making them pay for their citizens, which they should have been doing all along. As you can tell, Laura Samal is blessed with a very decent economy, but in the meantime, people are still suffering outside the city. I don't like it. It's not an actual utopia if you are doing it on the backs of the poor.
Right.
This is also why Master Joris, who should be rejoining us in a couple of days, assuming he gets over his prison stint, the reason we're named the Broken Crowns formally is because it is our guildmaster's belief that the only good crown is a broken one.
Advocates of a little chaos.
No, not chaos, just a fair, non-noble-centric government. The magisterium can call itself a magistrate, but they are still acting like noble petty houses.
So you're for the people. This is
correct. What was that, Mikey? You sound far away.
Very.
Look, how's that? Is that any better?
A little.
Little.
There's the fan.
My phone froze up, that's why.
Okay.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
I had to kill like 4 apps. I'm not happy with things that start up in the background and then take up RAM.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, give me a second here. Get this. Can't remember what I said. Something along the lines of, I prefer your methods to those of the magic.
Okay.
There's a method to his magister?
Well,
yes.
It's not that we believe the magisterium are evil. We don't want open rebellion, but sometimes taking some money is the best way to teach them. And if that diamond truly is the hope of Masunge, then making sure that it pays our tithe would be the best hope for Masunge. And all of you in the room would know what he's mentioning about when he says a tithe, because there is a dragon turtle that has a city on its back that goes from port to port. And any time that a city pays tribute, they actually get to trade freely for a week with that Triton city on top of the turtle's back. But if they do not pay, there is normally some sort of natural disaster done as punishment to that city.
Okay.
Tritons.
So, we can plan more specifics when a storm is not going to upset the city, but in the meantime, if there is a severe storm coming, best to batten down the hatches. Mr. Locks, I would recommend preparing your business as well. I'll handle the golden opportunity as well as my haberdashery. And I'll spread word around for the others.
You should know that the storm is likely to be a strong typhoon. Though most people are thinking it's only going to be a tropical depression. It's probably going to be a bit stronger than that.
Yes, again, that's why all of our businesses will batten down the hatches. By the way, Mr. Locks, if you ever need your accounts cleaned for any reason, I would appreciate it that if you would give just a check-in with our cleaner. Zavalta is not known for appreciating someone's account letting to go dally, but since you didn't get caught, you're okay for this time.
Well, I appreciate it, and I will make sure to do things on the up and up in the future.
Of course. And he puts the invitation away in a desk and just, I will work on attempting to procure armor for... And he counts off. Yes, I think that most of you could fit well in tricorn armor, aside from Lester, the dwarven bar. You look like you're a fighter. Are you a fighter?
I'm a barbarian, sir.
Ah, well, a very good fighter, then. You might be difficult, but I might be able to hide you as perhaps a guest of the Getiziast or something.
Maybe I should just go as a table.
Well, and he does kind of turn towards Lolly and just... You should go as you and be a distraction. The newest form of entertainment. I guarantee you will find someone who's interested in you if you get introduced to Hashal.
Oh my God. So accurate.
The Aether Chain Guild would absolutely rave about you and make you into the distraction for us. But that said, if you do know of any good way to disguise yourself as human, I can procure a uniform.
I use my Firbolg magic to use disguise self and become a copy of him.
Oh, very good. Lox, you did very well in finding these people. And he walks over. Yes, the detail's uncanny. I am getting old.
I am getting old.
The voice is not quite as uncanny. We can work on that, though. I would prefer it if you did not go to me as me to this ball, though.
Oh, okay.
With that, he kind of walks back towards the center of the room and just, well, I do apologize for not having everyone here. I had ordered food, but it hasn't arrived yet. If you would like to stay here, we will see what happens and which members come through, but otherwise, you are all, of course, free to go. If you ever need our facilities, down below On the floor below the first floor, we have what is essentially a guild resting area. And on the second floor, we have a triage area that if you get hurt or wounded and are unable to go to anywhere else, I will work on your wounds for you, if I'm here. But I'm normally here.
Thank you very much.
Yep, we appreciate the assistance.
And still with his face on. Thank you so much.
I would appreciate it if you keep Lox safe when Lox is with you. Lox is a very dedicated member of our affiliation. And quite frankly, we can't do what we do without Lox. So, keep Lox safe, please.
We'll do our
I look
best.
over at Lox and my estimation of you has increased.
Like when Yoda said we'll do our best, he like did the shooter gun at Lux.
Finger guns!
Finger guns.
Oh no.
I heard Mikey yell no.
Yeah, far
no.
distant in the background.
Finger gun.
Mother
bang,
bitch.
bang.
Am I still distant?
Yeah,
Little
like
bit.
super distant.
Alright, I'm gonna drop really quick and come back.
Okay.
I'm just gonna dance around Locke's as his boss. Finger guns.
Okay, can Lux help corral everyone out of this poor man's office?
Hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Hello.
Oh, that's so
much
much better.
Hello.
Oh my god,
Okay.
yeah. That's night and day.
Yeah, I also dumped my RAM. So
That helps.
Yeah, it sounded like you were talking at your phone across your hallway.
Right, like it sounded clear, but it just sounded like you were far away.
yeah, and the microphone is like 6 centimeters from my freaking mouth.
Yeah.
Dang.
My brain is hurt. I can't do metric.
Wait.
No,
3 inches.
I'm exaggerating. I'm exaggerating. I know what 6 centimeters looks like.
I've lived here for so long that my brain kind of works in metric.
No kidding.
So, Lox gets the go about of like, all right, guys, come on, let's let the man work. And sure enough, as you're going to exit, Vigil turns towards Lolly and just, if you wouldn't mind, please don't go out in public as me. I like to be the only me, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you, dear.
And I drop it, and I'm back to my furry blue self.
Yep.
What color are your spots?
I tap them, and they become bright purple.
Yes.
Purple.
So sure enough, you get to the door, and again, the younger human woman just gives you a small bow, and then undoes the locks, gives a quick snap, and the little air pressure triggers again, and she opens the door and and thank you for coming to the meeting. Have a great night.
Thank you. Have a good night yourself.
And you as well. Oh, by the way, that offer is real. For 5 gold, I will look for information on that.
Excellent. I left a picture with your boss upstairs. Please view it, and I hand her 5 gold.
Thank you very much. I will do that. I'll let you know if I dig anything up.
Thank you.
Digging hole. Diggy hole.
And with that, the door closes behind there. It is now past 6. The sun is getting quite low.
Oh, I think we dropped Alyssa for a second.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think she's having issues too.
Yeah. With that, is there anything else you guys would like to do today?
I would like to go back and open my birch care package.
Okay.
And dinner.
And I would like to discuss with everyone whether we should still plan to head for Samabella immediately or wait until after the storm passes.
Agree.
We got 4 days till the storm hits. It's a day and a half there.
Well, now you've got 3.5, basically, because when this day is over, it's 72 hours away.
Right, so...
Not a good idea. Oh, at least here we have a...
Yeah.
safe
We don't
space.
want to be on the sea, even if we're in the Steel Tranquility when the storm hits. We won't be able to head to the south because the storm will be hitting hard. And maybe I want to wait to get the sheath for that sword. And we now have an appointment in about 4.5 or 5 days. So
I
probably
agree.
we should maybe hold off on our trip.
I agree. I think that's a good idea because if the storm's going to hit here in 3 days, it'll probably hit, depending on the direction, I assume it's coming from the east. But it will probably hit Summerbella first.
What hemisphere are we in?
You are in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, then it
would be coming from the west.
From the west.
No. If we're in the southern hemisphere,
you would know that in this world
it
would be coming from the west.
Oh,
this world's a little strange.
Ass backwards nonsense.
Like I said, missing moon. I get to do what I want.
Magic storms. Magic storms.
All right. Well, it's gonna hit the west side of the island first.
Perfect.
Landslides. Oh my god, what am I missing here?
Yeah. So, since all of you have lived in parts of this region, of the world, you know that typically a storm in an unsheltered area brings a lot of rainfall, very fierce winds, potential flooding, landslides, and trees can get knocked around quite easily too. So it's one of those things that the danger of being outside is pretty great if you're not in a safe area.
Right.
Since this city is inside the Steel Tranquility line, it will still get rain and there will still be rough weather, like the wind will be cutting, but it shouldn't hurt the city.
Right.
Sounds good.
So it might be in our best interest to extend our stay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we gotta go as soon as we're done with all these quests, okay?
Oh, as soon as the storm is over, we will make it our next priority.
I totally agree with that. In the meantime, let's see what else we can do around here for 2 days. Haven't you had ice cream already? I mean, how much ice cream? Is that your main diet? Because how much ice cream did you have to eat to get to be like 7.5 feet tall?
A lot, and I've only had a little.
Okay.
Please.
Let's go get you some ice cream.
Yay.
Let's go get some ice cream.
Sure enough, the vendor is still there because what do you know? When all the restaurants are having a lot of people and foot traffic, he's catching everyone for dessert. And sure enough, you now getting close to his little cart, actually see that it's labeled Hashal's Creamery. And
Oh, that's weird. That's exactly like the second cousin to Toto Hamar.
Weird. Essentially speaking, he's just making it, and ironically, Lolly, you would know this, he's basically giving it out for almost nothing. Like, it's just that, like, pay me 2 copper, you're good. And he's clearly doing this just because magic is fun. Like, that's his thought on it. And this is a young man,
I like him.
early 20s, dark skin, black hair that's slicked back, wearing somewhat nice clothes. Like, it's clearly more like made to look like traveler's clothes, but no travel has been done in them, with this like patchwork purple and blue. And
Here's purple like that lady.
And as you approach, he just back again.
Yes, I didn't get to actually eat any because I got distracted by meeting our friend Locks again.
Well, let's get you a nice big portion then, huh?
Thank you. How much
That'll
gold
be...
does give? And I give him one of the gold coins.
No, you put that away now.
2 barrels full of ice cream.
Right. You put that away.
Ice cream for life.
Right.
I have a handful of silver or copper that I'll just like... You know what? We took you away from your ice cream. I've got this.
Oh, thank you.
And I'll give him a silver piece and say, thank you.
Just takes it and just, well, for that, anyone who wants ice cream may have it. Thank you. And first for Lolly, he makes what is clearly like a triple portion. Like he just puts it in this cone and hands it over, and it is well stacked. And he's like, "You must eat it quickly. It is still very warm outside. It will melt."
Oh,
But not too quickly.
My brains.
And then he just, would anyone else like some ice cream? And
I'm going to raise my hand.
I will take some as well.
Oh, very good. Very good. Portions for everyone. And he goes in, and you clearly see him actually use the frostbite cantrip inside this barrel of mushed up pineapple. And then he adds a little bit of cream and frostbites again and just mashes it all together and then blends it very quickly. And then he uses another something that kind of just like makes it almost like with this thunderous boom shake off of the barrel. And then he scoops it up and packs it together, hands it to Lestrin, to Jyotis, and to Garret. Thank you. Sorry.
Amazing. Was that magic?
Yes, it was, because I am a member of the Aether Chain Guild in town. We are a small but very, very dedicated mages guild. We like to put practical use to the magics that we have.
Oh, were they the ones that did the prestidigitation contest?
Yes.
During Black Day? I
Yes.
That was so much fun.
Oh, I am so sorry I missed that. There was such a kerfuffle on that day on the Magister side, and my uncle was just not having a good day on that day. So, and he like kind of pauses. Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
11?
That's good enough. You've paid him money. It's not a high DC. My uncle is Tojo Amal. He is the harbor master. If you are ever at the docks during the night shift, he is normally there running things.
Oh. Wait a minute.
That guy.
Tojo, right? So,
yes.
Is he the one that's going to throw that big fancy party right when the storm is going to hit?
He is going to the Magister's Ball that was supposed to take place in 5 days.
Yeah, well, we happen to have it on good authority. Mostly my buddy here, Lester, he's very, very smart. And he says that the storm's going to be much bigger and that people could get hurt if they stayed outside.
Oh, very interesting. How do you know that the storm is going to be much bigger?
He has a magic brain. See that scorch mark on his forehead?
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check.
18.
Oh. 18. Oh, God.
Yeah. No, like, were you struck by lightning as a child, or
No, Zarbel just knocked me in the forehead with the tuning fork.
Oh, you mean that gnomish girl that works with the storm chasers?
That's her.
Ah, yes. We've been trying to get a meeting with her because she is, she's from Avila, and the storm chasers out in Avila are quite talented, and he leans in real close. The current guild master of the storm chasers here in town, not a fan.
Zarbel seems to rather dislike him as well, but she's quite talented. I definitely suggest you speak to her.
Yes, yes.
Tell her that we told you to talk to her. She will be very happy to listen.
Well, I will go see her tomorrow, and if this checks out, I will inform my uncle and spread the news across the town. You may have done a very good thing.
You're welcome.
I just don't want people to get hurt, and no other motives. And I start eating my ice.
Hey, quick question. Garret, do you have the Great Key on you?
What's that? The sword?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I left it back in the tavern with my bag because it's big and conspicuous.
Yeah, it is. Muy grande.
It's big. and
yeah. Okay. So, with that, he gives you guys all a very big bow and just, thank you so much for your information, and I will seek to line things up together. That said, if you see my stand, come by any time, and for 2 copper, ice cream is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you for the ice cream.
Thank you.
Delicious.
You are welcome. You are welcome. And this small group of children and a few adults that are clearly fed and possibly a little bit wined and dined come walking up, going like, oh, yeah, kids, you can get here. And the children just start lining up and they stare at Lolly for a second like, what is she?
Hi. And I just wave crazily at them.
Hi! And they all wave crazily back at you, like just this group of children doing the wave at the same time.
Hi. Have you seen this girl? Her name is Molly. And if you could find her for me, that'd be awesome.
Nope! We're getting ice cream now. They all just...
Ice cream's really
yeah.
good.
Yeah!
This guy makes the best.
Ooh. And Ashtal gives you a very gentle nod and just, have a good day. And good night, I guess, now, huh? And it is starting to get quite late in the day.
Well, I've had my ice cream. Where do we want to go now?
Is there anything else on the agenda for today other than I'd like to go open my care package from Vati?
I'm done for the day. I don't think I have anything else to take care of.
I think we've hit everybody.
Yeah, my tummy's full.
I'm certainly not. But it's time to go back to the dingy bird.
Hey, we should ask Fairness about the fangs, because I was going to fill you all in on the fangs.
And there's an ale calling my name.
That sounds delicious.
All right, so
beer and ice cream.
We are adult people.
Takes about 15 minutes, but you do get back. And right now, the bar is packed.
And sailors.
Drunken sailor, drunken sailor, drunken dwarf, drunken sailor, drunken sailor, drunken sailor. This
shanties.
Yeah. And you can tell that at least one fight has already broken out because there's very clearly like a table that is just not leaning correctly, and one of the whale lantern is just missing. And meanwhile, some of the shanties being sung are of no social repute because there's a group of dwarves in the far back corner that are solemnly singing this like, frack them with an anchor and we'll stick it up there, and it just gets worse from there.
Ooh, words.
Dwarves.
Yeah.
My kind of people.
Yeah. The bar is packed, but that said, Fairness does see you and does give a gentle wave and just orders a couple of the patrons to make space, and when the sailor gives him his are you getting cut off? Because I will cut you off. They pay better. And with that last the patron moves aside and allows for a little bit of space for you to interact with him. And he keeps, now instead of like just cleaning a glass that is already clean, he's clearly just pouring and sliding, pouring and sliding, pouring and sliding. And there's very clearly behind him in chalk written the words "No food orders until 9 p.m." Because he is slammed right now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, does he have like oyster or d'oeuvres or anything like that you could just throw up?
Do you ask him?
Yeah, I'll ask for like if you're slammed, don't worry about it. But if there's like some hors d'oeuvres or nuts or something.
The dwarves ordered every bit of food that I had.
Of course,
and they have consumed it. So no,
that's fine. We will not trouble you.
I had to order from an outside restaurant that will have food prepared at approximately 9 p.m. Hence my sign. That said, would you like some alcohol?
Yes.
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 And takes your orders very quickly. No. pours you a thing of coconut juice and just you can have this.
When he's not looking, I use prestidigitation to make it vanilla cupcake flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Of course.
Oh, let me get that for you, Lester. And
don't you dare!
Ale that's candy cane flavor. Or
wait,
candy cane flavor.
Wait, Lolly. Remember fairness? Fairness.
Yeah, fairness just gives you this long stare and just, what did I tell you about messing with the drinks of my patrons?
Sorry.
Cast prestidigitation on it himself and cleans up the taste.
I'm going to hide the ale in my beard again.
Roll a sleight of hand check with advantage because you are now skilled at doing that.
I love it.
17.
Yeah, no, it's gone.
17.
Faradis just gives you this quick nod about being impressed about how good you are at being subtle like that.
That's great.
Meanwhile, towards Lolly, he turns to you and just, I am serious. That is the second time I've had to ask you. I will not ask a third and let you have a patronage at my place. Are we clear?
I'm sorry.
I run a business, my dear, and my business cannot be interfered with like that, even amongst your friends.
Okay. And I take out one of the coins and I give it to him. I'm like, okay, and I'll get their drinks.
Thank you. He pockets that and goes back to pouring drinks for everyone. Meanwhile, the dwarves in the back, you see one with just this gray mustache that's been like perfectly braided, and so that it surrounds and ties off almost like a goatee at the bottom of the chin, and is otherwise bald completely. Stands up and just, Oi! Lestrin! Are you?
Do I know him?
Yeah, you would. This is the one who actually paid you to go post that memo.
Oh, well, hi!
I'm here!
Okay. I'm still hiding my mug. And
and because you come over without something, he holds up 2 mugs for you and just, you need a drink. This is the only elf that knows how to stock beer for dwarves.
I'm gonna double check over my shoulder that Lolly isn't looking, and I'm going to sweep my beard away from my drink and then put it back. She has a penchant for changing the flavor of my beverage.
Oh, that's all. Huh. And he walks up towards the blue thing and just, ma'am, I hear you have a penchant for making these taste weird.
Yes, but I just got in trouble for it.
Hey, barkeep, if I ask for it, it's all right. In fairness, just, yes, if you ask for it, I am fine with it, but you're still paying for it. Oh, I'm paying for it, all right. Dealer's choice, make it something that you think is good that no one else likes.
Oh my goodness.
No one else likes, but everybody likes vanilla cupcakes. Well, I don't really like candy corn, but it seems like Lestrin loves it. So, here's that.
Thanks!
Cast prestidigitation over it.
Yeah, and he comes back to the table, slams it down in the middle of the table. All right, boys, here's the bet. You all have to drink it. Longest drinker wins. And all the dwarves just kind of stare at him and have this moment. They all burst out laughing, and the first one goes to try and just absolutely spits up within the first. He's wrong! Passes it to the next one, and it just slowly works its way around this table with this like world's worst drinking game of like, try this, it tastes awful.
Everything in the can, drink.
And with that, the dwarf that's sitting in front of you just Lestrin, pull up a seat, and he turns towards two of the younger dwarves and just, you two get up, this is a soldier, the soldier sits.
I'll sit down.
So, how's retirement treating you?
It's not bad.
Well, done anything interesting?
Yeah, got to kill a jaguar and elemental and what else other stuff did we kill?
And Jyotis from the bar is, don't forget about the door!
Yeah. I wedged this door open. It wanted to close, but it wasn't closing.
Nice. So, I have a bit of dwarvish business for you. And, truth be told, half the reason we're here is because, that silly, barkeeper over there, he's pretty good about knowing independent contractors. We came here looking for someone. And he recommended that you, ironically, were staying here and would be back tonight.
Here I am.
So, you know how you sailed here on a Stalkon? And that's the dwarvish word for the steel boats.
Yeah.
Well, was supposed to make its way out to Trinisbad after this. It was going to cut directly across the Big Blue. But we haven't heard anything from it. Shouldn't have taken too long. Should be there. And I have a contact in Trinisbad that has a wee bit of magic that is able to reach out. And they know where the boat is, but they don't know why it's there. It's just sitting off the coast right now of Summerheart. Hasn't made it very far. And he having seen the map earlier from his description of it, it would be that kind of belief that like it's less than half a day out right now. And you know that the Stalkons don't need to use Steel Tranquility. In fact, the first test of them is that they get thrown into the Bay of Soulforge during a storm just to see if it'll last.
Oh.
And so, yeah, because a poorly crafted boat shouldn't make it out of the harbor.
Yep.
So our thought is that somewhere between here and Summerbella, the Stalkon is probably somehow stalled out. But they can't send word for help, and since they ain't in the Tranquility line, with the storm coming, all the stupid sailors are only using the Tranquility line. We were hoping to hire someone that could go looking for the Stalkon.
Oh. Well, I personally don't have a boat, but I know a guy. Maybe we can go check it out.
Perfect. Well, the Gedizias are good for it. You get out there, you let us know, and I'll let the Guildmaster know. If anything's going wrong, if you can bring it back to port here, we'll fix it up. And it should go without saying, but if you take your friends with you, don't go showing them how the engines work or anything like that. That's dwarvish technology, right?
Of course, that's super secret stuff.
Aye. Yeah. Clinks his mug against your beer. Against your beard. And then he, takes this big old gulp of the candy corn beer. And he gets about 3 seconds and he's, oh God, it's awful. I love this. He sets it down.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna take a shot at the candy corn flavor.
Roll a Constitution saving throw. With disadvantage, since memory of the taste comes up to your mouth.
It's actually
10.
Okay, with a 10, you get about 2 seconds in, and you're just like, nope.
A little too much candy.
Everything that is good has died because it's peppermint.
It's peppermint.
It's just candy cane.
It's supposed to be candy corn.
Oh yeah, no, it's just candy corn. I'm so sorry. It is pure sugar, and it is wrong in every sense and semblance of the word. And after 2 seconds, you're just nope. And that look crosses your face. That is just I've seen shit in the Underdark, and this.
Ugh.
The other dwarves just kind of give you a quick pat on the back and just, hey, stay out of trouble, dear. And the main dwarf turns and's like, round 2, fuckers, let's get this started.
Jyotis wants to try it, but I'm at the bar, so...
Yeah. That said, would anyone else like to do anything, or can I set you all to bed?
I want to go... I want to talk to him a little bit about the fangs, but I don't know if that's really proper to do right now while the bar is full.
Yeah, probably
have
not.
breakfast when it's empty.
Yeah. And I'd like to open my care package from Vati, but...
Yeah, okay. Does anyone else have anything to do before you guys want to go use your rooms?
I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Dog, I see you. You have to wait.
Drinking games are fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I like this particular dwarf. And Sam, I'm going to send you his name. That way you have record of it also.
Okay.
I need to pull up your personal... There you are. That's the name.
Oh, I like his name.
Yeah. Yeah, his name is very much a, someone's dwarven family had a fun time with that name. So...
I need to go use the restroom real quick, Bob. I'll be back a minute or two.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
My dog has to pee.
You know what, guys? Let's just take a quick break. Let's take a 10-minute break, because it's been about an hour and a half, so...
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, because even I could use the restroom, so...
Such licks, Georgia. Okay, we're going.
Alright, guys. Let's pause recording. Start streaming, sweetie?
Yes, I am. All right. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
No.
I am so done, and I haven't even seen that show.
Did you start the stream again? Oh, okay. Sorry, it hasn't updated. It hasn't updated on this, so I just see you coming up as green, whereas it normally shows me normally show you streaming. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Alyssa. We needed that.
Very well done.
All right, so with that, if no one else had anything, we're going to come to where it was like private time in your rooms where you could check stuff out. Jyotis, when you go to open the beechwood container, you notice that it has what appears to be a simple lock, but the mechanism is just that old technique that Vadi used to teach you on how to trigger a tinker's tool to start getting to go to cast a cantrip, where you just move the little parts in particular in order to start to cause a spark or a reaction. And once you do that, the beechwood chest opens up very slowly. And inside, you see what looks like additional boxes of materials, something that appears to be almost wooden in nature. And on top of that, you also notice that there's appears to be in a glass jar a preserved and treated eel swim bladder. And then there's another jar that is just labeled as powdered graphite carbon, and a third jar that is labeled as phosphorus. And then aside from that, you notice that the main thing contained in here is a relatively parted out device that looks like it may take a little time to assemble. And roll me, let me pull up your character sheet really quick, because I'll determine which skill proficiency I want you to roll. I think it's going to be, roll me Tinker's Tools, please.
Tinker's Tools. I'm proficient with them, yeah.
Yes, you are. So you add your proficiency bonus, and I believe it's your dexterity bonus on Tinker's Tools.
Okay. So that's total of 5, I think, if I'm reading this correct.
That is correct.
So that's a 21.
Okay. Yeah, so takes you less than 5 minutes. When you first start getting it apart, it's that like, ooh, I'm going to construct a model. Of course, Vadi would send me something I have to build. But
of course.
It's that joy. Like, him just sending you a completed project would take all the fun out of it. And as you start putting it together, you very quickly start to realize that within the first minute, that one part of this thing is a synthoscope. Like, it's basically an old sound player. And the other side happens to be a rotoscope with actual film laced through it. And as you piece it all together, there's a quick little, just small disc of that graphite carbon that oh god, I'm gonna get yelled at so much for this, but the thing that not CDs, but the traditional records.
VHS? Records. Records.
Yeah. The thing that traditional records are made from. In addition to vinyl. Thank you. God, I don't know what happened there.
It's all good.
Brain was just like, no, you can't have that word. No. Let me throw a bunch of BS words in your brain. Let's give mouth jumble. In addition to that, you do find what appears to be a film reel that you feed through the rotoscope. And after putting it all together, you also notice that there was essentially a set of woodcarver's tools contained within this.
More woodcarver's tools?
You have carpenter's tools.
Oh, that's right. I don't have a woodcarver. Thank you.
Correct. And once it's all constructed together, it appears that if you start to rotate the crank handle, it will run.
Okay. Sweet. Message in a bottle. Some assembly required, of course.
Yeah, some assembly required. Because shouldn't you want to?
Of course. I was excited. It's like he sent me some stuff.
Yeah. So what would you like to do?
I'd like to crank it and see what this thing says. All
right, roll an intelligence check.
Rolling intelligence check. Okay, where's my intelligence? That's a 18 total.
Perfect. All right, that's more than enough. You know exactly how to hold it and how to crank it, and at the same time, what to press to sync the sound to the actual device itself as you start to rotate it. And sure enough, you do start to rotate it, and the little phosphorus bulb lights up on the inside, and sure enough, an actual image of Vati appears on your wall. It's a very small one, no more than 6 inches, but it appears and starts to flash, and as you rotate it faster and faster, then you trigger the sound at the appropriate time, and it starts to play. Jyotis, I have some mixed news for you. I have been recently transferred to a mainland stay to finish out my tenure with the Dijon. I am now in Malkavir Shanta, the Warsong College, where they're letting me do my research project. That said, you are, without a doubt, my brightest student. And I was so happy to hear that you've finished your tenure of what I equivalent to indentured servitude. Unfortunately, I still have quite some time left. That said, the reason for this message being mixed news is that while I'm happy for you, 2 of our compatriots have been killed in action. And the thing that haunts me is that the Dajani normally have a policy of listing people as missing in action instead of killed in action. They're not giving me any details outside of that. So I set together this care package so that you would have a bit of strength. We found part of your ship, Jyotis. I built this from the part that we found. You'll notice that with practical application and some of the parts that I've included, that there could theoretically be a cannon reforged from it. I've included the woodcarver's tools because unfortunately the biodegradable mass is nothing like metal, so smithing tools would be completely ineffective. That said, given the hardness and texture of it, woodcarver's tools should suffice. Take care, Jyotis, and be safe. I do miss my best student, and should you ever wish to come visit me, you can always come and see your newest professor. Take care. Vati. All right, now cut the feed. And with that...
Well.
So essentially, what you have here...
Is this an Eldritch Cannon building kit, or is it a cannon building kit?
It is an Eldritch Cannon building kit.
Okay.
Because all the tools and supplies that you would need to build either a tiny or a small sized Eldritch Cannon are actually included in this. And it is genuinely parts from the hull of your ship.
Wow.
It is fundamentally the biomass that has apparently endured for quite some time.
At least 150 years. Wow. So they only found part of it, though, right?
They only found part of it.
Which makes sense. He knows it was probably cut in half. He was there. And his leg went missing with it, too, so, you know. Anyway, did he say... Were the colleagues actually found dead, or they're just listed as missing?
They're listed as KIA, killed in action.
Killed in action.
Which is
they are
odd, because traditionally speaking, the Dajani only list people as missing in action, because with the guild's representation that if you wish it sent, use us, they do not like admitting failure. So the fact that people have been admittedly killed in action is big.
Yeah, that is kind of a hit.
Yeah.
Well.
Now, obviously, you're not going to be able to put this together yet, but this is essentially your starter kit.
Yeah. This is my starter kit for making magic guns.
Thanks, Vati. At first, I thought it was like, oh, did he give me something to build a rifle? No,
Buddy, you're level 2.
I know. Not that I'd have it.
Honey, sweetie, baby.
Not that I'd have it yet. I mean, it'd take me a while to build it.
Anything else from you, sir?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, you said Malkavir Shanta is the town he's in now, right?
Yes, and it's not a town. You would know this also, because having worked out of Gilderstrand, Malkavir Shanta is essentially the Warsong College. It is the mages' school of Gilderstrand, and it is built into a rather large tree.
Cool. Sounds familiar.
It's theorized that it could be a world tree, but it does not have any of the physical presence. But in the meantime, it is a very effective location because it is well within the Steel Tranquility, but still off the mainland. So if something goes magically awry, nothing.
They're kind of protected.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gotcha. Alrighty then. Were we staying with other? Am I in my own room, or was I sharing a room with somebody?
I believe everyone had their own rooms because none of the rooms had been rented out because all the tourists walked by the dingy bird and went, "Oh no!"
Right? Too much poo for me.
Like it's that Super 8 motel where you're like, "Well, if we have to," but no one's sleeping, and then you get inside and it's like, "Oh, it's not that bad." But that's the main trick: is that not everyone stays here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So, that said, if everyone's going to sleep, I'm so sorry. Was anything else?
No. I was just saying I'll jot down my notes and head to bed.
All right. So, when asleep, Lolly, your dreams start off as they normally do. Happy, chaotic masses of color, music, and lots of sugary thoughts. But eventually, the sugar and the taste, the smells, the colors start to fade into the background. And hey, Sam, would you mind muting for a second? You're getting a lot of background noise. Sorry. As those smells and colors start to fade. Ooh. Hey, Sam, I'm actually going to mute you because something's up with your mic, so give me 1 second. Okay. As those sounds start to fade, you look around and see what is the equivalent of a sea of stars in front of you. And beneath your feet, this colorless water that softly touches you and almost embraces you with this warmth and knowledge. And then after a moment, the image jumps again, and you're in what is unequivocally Molly's room. It's this spherical dome that has a very simple bedroll posted against one wall, a aquarium on the bottom of the floor where fish float up and out before floating back into the water, some chairs, lots of writing, and many, many, many toys that were supposed to be put away, but are currently free-floating from a chest. And as you look around the room, you see your little girl pop out of the chest and just, Lolly, 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 Lolly!
I found you.
You found me! And she comes over and gives you this big hug and just, Lolly.
Yes, Molly?
You gotta be careful. Sometimes you get hurt too easily. Gotta keep that armor up. And she taps you on the chest.
Huh?
Gotta stay safe, right? What game you want to play?
Well, I don't want to do hide and seek because last time I couldn't find you again. Whatever you want to play.
Let's play The Floor is Lava.
Ooh. I like that one.
And with that, the entire room around you begins to change. The walls start to glow red. Magma burn marks start to form across everything. The fish all immediately retreat back into the pool, and it just creeps up and around the entire room, and Lolly laughs and bounces off the first piece of furniture and just, come on, Lolly, keep up.
Okay, but be careful.
Okay, make a dexterity check, please.
Okay. Oh, no, that's the worst one. Oh, holy cow, 19 on the dice.
Okay, yeah, you do keep up. You two are jumping from furniture to furniture. And make a perception check.
Okay. 17.
Okay, yeah. With that perception check, as the room reaches magma core temperature, the water is still maintained the same, as Molly would never purposefully hurt a living animal. But now there's juts of flame poking out of the walls and bursts and bubbles of lava that keep emerging and then stopping in the free space. And you hear this voice off in the background. And these little symbols start glowing on the wall. And Lolly just, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. And sure enough, those little symbols appear almost in a clockwork lattice, and they start at 12 and just slowly count off across. Ding, ding, ding. And in the Gith language, it reads, open daughter's room. Unlock all potential. And with that, the door opens, and the lava begins to fade and turn back into walls. And you see the figure at the door look around in the room and be quite startled before they start just holding their hands to their head and just, Molly, what have we told you? You cannot just make lava. You cannot just turn things into other things. You must stop. We let you have her because you promised to stop. You cannot do this. Cannot do this. And Molly has this moment where she just pauses and tries to hide even further behind you and just, I was just playing. This is not a game. You are going back. We must aid you. I am sorry. With that, the figure turns to leave. And Molly looks at you for a second and just, Molly, I'm scared.
Why is he so mad?
They say that I shouldn't be able to make things into other things, and that I'm making too many things.
I mean, that's just like normal, right?
It's normal for me.
Oh, you hug her.
You'll come with me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't want to be old.
I know, it's stinky. But we could go together, and we'll stay together forever.
Okay. You have to protect me, okay? I don't like the night nurse. They're always so mean.
What nightmares?
There's... My dad calls it a doctor. I don't like it. I don't think they're a real doctor.
Well, what? Is there any way I can help?
Just stay with me, okay? When I go through the portal, you follow, okay?
Yeah, of course.
I know Mom and Dad say that you're just an imagination, but I made you. And if I can hug you, I think you'll be okay. I know you'll be okay. I made you.
Absolutely.
I know what I'm doing.
Well, of course I'm going to come with you, and of course you're awesome and so smart, and you're totally cooler than all of this, and if I can, I'll stay with you.
Of course. And just in case. And Molly reaches out and touches you right over your heart. And a little pulse of power goes through you. Just a little bit of me to keep you safe. Okay? And not just me. You gotta help the other kids too, okay?
Is the doctor hurting the other kids?
They're mean. I don't like them. And I don't know.
Well, what's the doctor's name?
And Molly looks at you for a second like she should know that answer. That should be in her mind. She should have that. And as she thinks, irrevocable.
Irrevocable?
And almost like saying that name brings out a presence. The entire sphere of her room shudders, and shadows begin to seep in. Molly, I am Molly, and I made Lolly, and Lolly will protect me, and Irrevocable does not have power. And the shadows get worse and worse, and there's this trembling, thrumming noise.
Ooh, can I start using whatever power she just gave me? Is it?
It would be
Protect
your...
from evil?
Yeah, go ahead and cast that. Okay. Who are you casting that on?
Touch one willing creature, so I'll tap Molly on the forehead.
I'm sorry, what was that? You cut out.
Oh, it says touch, and one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures.
Yeah, I know. Are you touching Molly or yourself?
Yes, Molly.
Okay. All right. So you reach out and you go to touch Molly, and you reach through her. And you realize that thrumming and the shadows, it's taking not just her, but this whole reality away from you. And and as that energy reaches out, instead of touching her, it begins to cover you. And as it coats over, you feel yourself get stronger and more determined than ever to hold out against whatever force this is. And that's when the room goes entirely dark. The aquarium, the furniture, all of the toys, gone. And you hear this taunting voice in the background. Lollipop Rainbow Snuffletoots used to love a girl and just play. But then Lollipop Rainbow Snuffletoots got just sealed away. Girl is mine. And with that, you snapped awake.
Okay, I hate that dream. Is there any sign of anything around me? Like,
Make a perception check.
okay, I tap my pillow to cast light really quick and.
Okay. Whoosh.
22.
Okay. You notice that your art book, your little nice book, has just this little bit of sparkle to it. Like silver little lights dancing across the cover. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I reach for the book.
Reach it. You touch it. Nothing happens so far. What do you do?
Can I, open the pages and look through it? Unfortunately, I'm out of spell slots.
Yeah.
Unless
As you open.
the dream one doesn't count, I don't...
No. It did not consume the spell for the next day, but using it in the dream did give you something. As you flip the book open, the pages go from white to almost a silvery color, much like the same pages that Molly used to read from, study from, and use to write and to draw. This becomes this sparkling example. And it flips and the pages start to turn on their own, flipping through until it comes to the middle of the book where it lays out nice and flat. And on one side, it lights up from 12 in the Githyanki language. It lights up. Go to Summerbella. And on the other side, in Gitzarai, it lights up from 6, going counterclockwise. And it counts off. Defend children taken. Defeat irrevocable. And then on the left side, in Githyanki, one last time. Love always wins. I love you, Lolly. And with that, the book goes back to being normal.
I just sort of clutch the book to my chest and start kind of crying myself to sleep.
Yeah. The night goes by. The next morning comes, and all of you awaken. The sound of birds awakens you. Just hundreds of seagulls.
It's the dingy bird.
It is the dingy bird. And sure enough, there's the smells of fish stew, eggs, and even some sweets being made. All of you come to awake fully rested.
Yay.
I start looking around my room with Detect Magic from my Firbolg.
Okay.
Magic, and just kind of sniffing under the bed and sniffing.
Yeah, so when you go to Detect Magic, there's... Again, it's a 30-foot radius, so you get the, pings of Jyotis' freaking leg, and... And you actually do detect from this range that one of those cawing things up on top of the roof is magic. It clicks in your mind of one of them's a magic creature.
Ooh. Do I know
And then beyond... Conjuration.
Okay.
And then turning back to it's not, but there's just the faintest glimmer of enchantment. Like someone was trying to send you power, and it got cut off.
Okay. Well, I am going to try to float out my window and realize I can't float here and
You have that moment of like, since you dreamt of being back on the astral plane, you should be able to move through 3-dimensional space, and as you get up to just float out, and you land on you. It's not difficult, but there's that momentary like, oh.
Is my passive perception loud? Like, can I hear that thud?
Everyone's passive perception is loud enough to hear that thud. I'm pretty sure Locks back in Locks' apartment heard that.
Somebody just drop a bear on the floor.
You hear these very faint, almost dainty-like steps come running up, and this very light knock at the door. Lolly, is everything all right in there? There was a very large bang.
Yes, sorry, I tripped, but there's something on the roof, like all those birds are really loud, and I can feel like conjuration magic up there, and I thought you really hated magic up there.
Oh, no. That would be my familiar.
Oh.
Yes.
I kind of like
Keeps
scuffle toward the door and open it, and what's a familiar?
Well, a familiar is a creature or pet that is summoned, and in the case of my Gulliver, it looks like every other seagull up there, but in the meantime, it just blends in and helps keep an eye out. Wouldn't want trouble.
Oh.
I don't hate magic. I like my guests to get what they order, because I am known for giving people what they want. So, it's not quite fair if you change their order.
Okay, I'm sorry, but... And he's a good bird?
He is a great bird.
Okay. Sorry. I won't make any more.
That's all right. Breakfast is ready.
Thank you.
He goes down the hall and just announces quietly at each door. Breakfast is ready, everyone, when you're ready.
Jyotis is doing like the one-man punch workout,
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups.
Not quite 100, but
roll me an athletics check.
Yo, athletics check, all right. Oh, 19 on the dice, so that's going to be high.
Yeah, 21.
That's 23.
Yeah, no, oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, you pound out your workout regimen because, having been through a military-style raid on a prison riot and a dungeon, and then almost part of a heist, you're getting this, man, I am so far out of retirement right now. That realization that, the free market is awesome, but I am not free. I am employed.
Got to keep that 12, 14, 18 pack, whatever it is.
Yeah. That Simic hybrid, that's too many abs pack.
Yep.
That said, the rest of you get awakened as well, mostly by the sound of Lolly thumping on floor.
No, it's the breakfast.
Somebody dropped a bear upstairs. That's what happened.
Yeah. And sure enough, if you come downstairs, Fairness, having known your ordering habits, has made a pretty good variety of things. There's definitely some morning fish cakes, some salted mackerel in addition to eggs, and he even got a few sausages. And for Lolly, he essentially made what is the equivalent of homemade oatmeal, just laced with dates and sugar and and syrup, and just to make things sweet. then otherwise, there's morning beers for everyone.
Root beer.
Thank him, and then I take the sugar packets for the coffee and start dumping some more in.
So, thankfully, while it's a quieter morning, Mr. Jyotis, I would like to let you know that I did speak to the Dejani representatives, and they are tentatively interested in letting you be the hammer.
It's good to know. Do they have any extra information, or just that we can do it?
Well, the thing is that, and he looks around and just, okay, we're clear. The Fangs are relatively well set up. We don't know how much of them are in the aqueducts of the Foundry District, but I can tell you... I need to sneeze, give me 1 second.
Fairness has allergies.
Oh my god. That was from Brit's microphone, guys. I muted myself.
So good, man.
Crazy. And I have the door closed, and I have like a new soundproofing setup.
So these are the Fangs that are land-based here, then?
Correct. We believe they have access to the aqueducts, but we don't know how much. That said, the area that you pointed out to us of where the astral compass is supposedly located would lead us to believe that it is at a... I believe the gentleman calls himself Stitcher's Sewing. He goes by the name Stitcher as a nickname, which is terrible, but in the meantime, he runs a sewing factory.
That's the Fang? Stitcher's Sewing?
Stitcher's Sewing.
Mm-hmm. That's their front, rather.
Yes, it does appear to be that.
Okay. Well, that's good, because over breakfast I was going to explain to my companions here just, what the Fangs were about, and if you knew any more about the land-based Fangs. I'm quite familiar with the sea Fangs, and the Fangs of Lasashani? Lashal.
Lasashal.
Lasashal, thank you.
Well, the land-based Fangs are mostly human, because they, having been impoverished long enough, believe that the UNT will give them power if they help.
Delusions.
Yes, it is a... They fancy themselves a thieves' guild, but they're more akin to a cult.
Ew. It's a little disturbing. I was hoping you'd just say brutes.
Well, they are that.
Yeah, but cultist brutes, that's a little bit... Well then.
That explains why we were getting garbled signal from you earlier, Sam, even though you weren't making noise.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, I mean, at breakfast, I guess I'll relay that information to my friends.
Yeah, has everyone come down and eat breakfast?
Yes.
Definitely.
I had a bad dream last night, and I'm really worried about Molly. And I think she's in trouble. Do we have to wait the whole 5 days?
5?
Oh, and I'm gonna tell everybody about the ship.
The boat?
Yeah.
stuck off the shore.
How far offshore? It's in between here and Summer Bellow.
Yeah. And
but not certain where exactly, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of the region?
He did believe that it would try to do a relatively straight line between the port and Trinisbad. So, in essence, with some cartography skill or seeing someone with some cartography skill, you may be able to have them help you track where the boat may have.
Either way, it has to go around Summerbella, right? So
it does. That is correct.
So it could be north or south of Summerbella. Joe.
Well, you would assume that it would not go south of Summerbella due to, by its very nature, the fact that there is a large amount of karsts south of Summerbella.
Okay.
And those are difficult to navigate. It would probably go north of it, but actually panning out its trajectory, each of those little hexes is 1 nautical mile. So, in essence, it's not a needle in a haystack, but it's still going to be difficult to find. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with the storm coming, it's also a race against time.
Right. Well,
if that's the case, perhaps we should make our way today.
Maybe we should make our way today, but perhaps we should prep for weathering a storm on Summerbella. I don't know if we'll make it back before the storm hits if we find the boat.
They are not anywhere near the Steel Tranquility, so it is a good idea. Tell you what, pool what resources you can. Hang on. Sorry, just got a message I need to send. Let's sit down. Let's make a list of things that we definitely need for this trip.
Mm-hmm.
Food rations, what supplies. Jyotis, I need your opinion on things to stock the boat with the things that are going to be needed. Extra rope, etc. Let's hit the market as soon as we can. As soon as they start opening, buy up everything and get down to the boat. We can probably leave in about 2 or 3 hours.
I could take care of the rations.
Keep track of how much it costs, and we'll just kind of all go in and divide.
Let's see. We're gonna need what should we plan for 5 days of rations for everybody?
Minimum. I have like 9 days on me already, so we'll just put that into the stock.
Yeah.
So pick up another 5 days per person.
I think I have like 10 days on myself.
I think you consumed 2 rations, Jyotis, because you had.
We did.
Yeah.
Yep. I think I did.
I think I only did 1.
Yeah.
I had.
No, I gave 1 to Lolly, so I took 2
that's
away.
right.
Yeah, I had 10 days worth of rations, so now I have 9 in my possession. So
same.
Correct.
I imagine if all of us just pool our rations, we don't need to buy very many more, but there's always the things that you need, like fruit for these trips, maybe some dried fruit and things like that.
Well, and we may, if we're going on a rescue mission, we may want to have some extra rations in case the boat...
And you guys would know that regular rations do contain dried fruit, especially in the Isles, because that is super important for making sure that scurvy does not become a thing.
Yeah. So, just stepping out of character for a moment, roughly how much should we pool together to get pretty much a reasonable amount of things that we are going to definitely need for this trip?
Well, 1 ration is 5 silver pieces.
Yeah, well, we're already doing pretty well for rations. I figure if we get another 10 to 20 and just leave them in the storage area of the boat, that should keep us for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Lolly's really the only one that didn't have a whole big bunch of rations on her, right?
I bought some on the way back when we
took
off the Axe Beak.
Yeah. So I've got 8 right now.
Yeah.
And
So it's things that we need for the boat more than anything.
Yeah.
So we'll need stuff like camping gear, oilcloth.
That's the other thing. We're going to need to, if we're going to prep to weather the storm on Summer Heart, we're going to want some stout gear. I mean, we're talking Typhoon.
Summer Bella.
Summer Bella.
Yeah. Okay, so other stuff on the ship, since it's not really equipped, it's got, everything to actually sail, but nothing to, live on. So, hammocks? Is there a way to hang hammocks on the catamaran? Because there isn't really...
There's already a couple of hammocks on there.
It did have sleeping quarters, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it had. Yeah, basically, it had 2 hammocks in there. There was room for a little more if you don't use it for storage. It's made to where it could easily haul some cargo, but in the meantime,
I keep dropping, and I don't know why.
I'm sorry.
Did you say if it had a compass on it?
It did not.
Or a compass and a sextant would be...
Yep.
If that technology exists.
It does.
Yeah, compass and sextant.
You do not have to apologize for asking if that exists. Don't worry.
We got a map. Are we going to need measuring gear besides the sextant so we can accurately measure the map and locations?
The map, being a 5 gold map, is extremely well measured. So you can actually track the nautical miles on the map that Garret bought.
Right, that's what I mean. But I mean, are we going to need equipment to, like a slide rule and stuff like that? Or bleh.
It depends. I would say that if you get a set of cartographer's tools, the thing that you need.
Cartographer tools.
Yeah.
What about rain gear? Oh, it says we have adventuring gear. I'm assuming that includes rain gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd still need camping gear because I think.
Yeah, we still need
a. Is bedrolls, and that's not helpful if we're in a storm.
Well, I mean, that's if we're just in the middle of nowhere. But I mean,
we should probably get some camping gear just so we can set up some tarpaulin, something waterproof, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just in case.
A lot of extra rope, fresh water.
Probably some, I don't know, maybe even some wood in case we,
Yeah, Before I dropped, I said some wood and canvas for repairs.
Yep.
Or maybe that was after I dropped. I have no idea.
It might have been after
right after, but okay. So I'll get rations and water and camping gear.
Yeah, a couple of tents. They don't have to be, big or fancy, but just a couple of tents.
Enough to keep dry.
So we can stretch them out and, huddle up under them if not enough of us can fit into the storage area.
Mm-hmm.
That
or to cover the wheel.
What about? I mean, we should try to make Risha. I mean, if we can, but if we can't, because we could probably weather the storm in Risha, correct?
Well, and do remember that the mission with the Stalkon is to bring it back to port in Alara Mall so that the Gedizias can work on it. That said, if you had to go to Risha, their port would at least be relatively safe harbor. It's not as great as Alara Mall with the Steel Tranquility shipping line. There's a chance the boat could take some damage, but it being a port, it would take less damage than just being out on the open sea or docked somewhere that was not made for it.
I'm just trying to, if we're short on time, because we got 3 days before the storm hits, so it's going to take us a day to get there and even start searching before we can even search.
Mm-hmm.
So we're only going to have a day to find this thing. And if we don't find it in the day, then we're going to have to get it back to port. Whatever repairs, it might be quicker just to go to Risha, is all I'm saying.
No, that makes logistical sense. So
we're not going to have the time.
Ship?
Again, it's unknown at this point. Theoretically speaking, a sailboat could, in fact, pull another ship at sea if the winds were strong enough. And with the Steel Tranquility shipping line, the winds work in this amazing pattern where basically the northern part always goes towards the west and the southern part always goes towards the east. So in essence, you catch a strong drift no matter which way you go.
It's like a ski line.
Exactly. And that's why all the boats love using it, because they can very consistently get to where they need to go. So, yeah, it would be slow, but theoretically you could tug it. The Stalcon that you rode in on was not the largest ironclad. It just was an ironclad.
Well, then we definitely want some buckets and stuff to bail it if we have to.
Preach, Bailey.
Oh, Bailey.
And I don't remember exactly, Bob. Do the storms still affect the Steel Tranquility line? Just not
So
as bad?
it's still a storm, but it's rainy, windy, and sucky instead of, oh my god, that's every wave is a tidal wave.
Right. So it would still be a little rough, but
yeah, it's
theoretically
choppy.
We could get in there, even though the dwarves might hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and again, they'll sail through it. They like proving the fact that their boats are better made than anyone else's. So,
Right.
And to a dwarf, like if your ship is battered by something and you fix it and leave a little bit of the scarring, that's just personality.
Oh, good.
All right, so I think that covers most of what we're going to need.
Mm-hmm.
So let's all go our separate ways, get the things that we need. We'll meet back up at either here or the boat. What do you think?
The boat.
I'd say the boat.
Meet at the boat in about 90 minutes.
Okay, somebody's got to get locks, and the cartographer tools, I think, would be at the...
Do you want to go do that?
Yes.
All right, you go take care of that.
I'm going with Gary.
You come with me so we can get the things for that ship,
Yep.
and then Lesteran, you can take care of rations and the camping kits, yes?
Yep, I'll get it.
I trust your judgment. Keep track of how much you spend so we can pool resources and split it evenly.
Sure.
Okay, let's go. And break.
Yeah.
Ready, break.
Yeah, so with that, this is as good of a stopping point as any. So, I will see everyone in 2 weeks. Probably back to our normal start time. If I get off from work early, we may be able to start a little early again, but at the earliest, I'd prefer like 7, just because I never know when I'm going to get off. So, the next day will be the 25th.
Gotcha.
And otherwise, great job tonight, everyone. Sorry for a no combat night. That's weird. I normally have been really good about running you guys in combat. So
I think we're all right.